Yes.
Okay. Okay, dear students, teachers, mentors, participants, a warm welcome and good morning to everyone. Thank you for joining us today for the Young Technopreneur Challenge 2024 online workshop. Young Technopreneur Challenge, YTC, is an entrepreneurial competition based on ideas and invention with commercialization potentials. YTC is designed for participants to learn and develop real-life entrepreneurial skills by experiencing the journey of an entrepreneur. YTC is conducted in 2 phases. Phase 1 is the registration, followed by briefing and business plan submission. We have received around 106 business plan reports. And phase 1 has been completed, and now we are in the phase 2, where the judges has been shortlisting a top 20 teams for category 1 and top 10 teams for category 2. And today, the shortlisted team, all the 30 teams, will be guided with the half-day workshop. The main purpose of this workshop is to give you ideas to further improve your projects and tips on preparing for the pitching session. To begin with, let me introduce Mr. Anandan Shanmugam. Mr. Anandan has served as the project director for Young Inventors Challenge for the past 10 years, and now is the project director for YTC 2024 for the second term. He is also a lecturer and instrumentation system developer with over 20 years of experiences in teaching engineering and electronic subjects. He is also serving as a consultant in green energy material and devices. Without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Anandan Shanmugam, the project director of Young Technopreneur Challenge 2024, to say a few words and to moderate the workshop session. Warm welcome, sir.
Thank you, Anita.
Thank you, sir.
A very good morning to all. I'm presuming the main audience are high school students. I hope I'm not wrong. I'm sure there are teachers, mentors, and other participants as well, because this is YTC is divided into 2 categories. Okay? I'm sure there are participants, or I really hope there are participants from category 2 as well. Okay. Let me give a small introduction to the challenge, and then we'll move forward to the workshop proper and the speakers for today. Okay. Of course, this challenge, for some of you who may not be aware, is an offshoot from our earlier challenge, which is still running in ASTI. One of the main challenges in ASTI is called YIC, Young Inventors Challenge. And what we saw in that challenge, and we are continually seeing in that challenge, is there is a large group, a very good group of students at high school level who are really talented and knowledgeable in science and are very keen to solve some problems related to technology, related to the society, the systems, okay? And we really think there is hope, okay? After running those programs for 10 to 12 years, we really think there is hope. Okay? Despite what people may say, there's really hope in youth to solve some of our current and future problems. One of the things that we saw that may be lacking in youth of high school is their, in short, the business sense of changing an idea into a business. Thus, we proposed another challenge called YTC, Young Technopreneurs Challenge. It is entrepreneurial, okay? It is about entrepreneurship, but with a bit of weight given to technology entrepreneurship. So we have been fortunate. We are now in our second year running, and the response has been good. We have divided this into two categories so that we can also harness working people, university students who have started work and are looking at opportunities to convert an idea or a product or a service into a startup or some sort of a system that where they can monetize that idea. Okay, that's the whole idea. Okay, we have this format now. As you can see, the format is divided into the initial phase, and then they send in a report, and then they be finalized for them to do a last pitching. Okay, but this format is not carved in stone. In future, we can change that format depending on how participants' feedback is and how their growth is. Okay, the workshop, today's workshop, is meant as or at least from my point of view, it's meant as a flavor, to give the participants a flavor of what actually aspects of businesses are as far as entrepreneurship is concerned. So we do it. At least in today's topic, we want to highlight generally what we mean by business model, what are the important aspects of marketing in relation to customer behavior. Okay, we want to give a couple of examples of real startups. So we have called a couple of CEOs and asked them to share their experience so that you get an idea. Well, my view is many, or at least in my experience, many people are doing well as entrepreneurs and business for two reasons. One, it is in their DNA. Okay? DNA meaning the brothers or sisters or somebody in the family has been doing some business. So it becomes as a natural tryout to them to do business. Okay, and it's nothing new. Okay, if your parents are doctors, then somebody will ask you, what are you studying? Are you doing medicine? Like that. Okay, it's a natural type of jump into the field. Okay, then there's also this mutated DNAs. That means you have an urge to mutate. Okay, you feel that your current way or work is not enough. You just want to do something out. Okay, so we encourage young people from both categories, those who already have some sort of a business DNA in their family, or those who wants to mutate out of their current family background into a real entrepreneurship to try this out. Okay, this is a practice. So once, assuming you have a good idea, you pitch and you win, it will give you some confidence that, yeah, you're on the right track. And also a platform for you to meet or get in touch with others who may have similar ideas. Okay, and then you form some sort of a bond. Okay, so businesses are quite varied in its own nature, and its ideas are plentiful because problems keep cropping all the time. And once you find some of those solutions can be monetized, and especially young minds who are sharp in sensing these problems and finding a solution, I hope the workshop will serve you well, at least give you the relevant information that you can pick up and say, hey, some of these ideas are good for me to do the pitching. Okay. The final pitching is very tight, the time is short, and you have to convince the judges that you have something really to show. Okay, so I hope participants will take the workshop seriously. Okay, and raise any questions If you can't ask them online verbally, please put them on the chat so that we can pick up those questions and find avenues or time to answer some of those questions. With that in mind, let me start with the first speaker, Associate Professor T.S. Dr. Ramesh Zaidi. He has been online before me. Okay. He's an associate professor at Universiti Teknologi Malaysia. Let me read a short introduction about him. Zaidi Sensei is a faculty member at Universiti Teknologi Malaysia, specializing in IT entrepreneurship and information systems. His extensive consultancy experience positions him skilled in translating academic research into impactful business solutions, thus making him proficient in consulting and collaborative projects. I assume he has vast experience that he can share, and we are going to be slightly elastic on our timing. Okay, so most of the speakers will take about 30 to 40 minutes, but let's see how it goes. Okay, and we are expected to finish at about 1, and I think hopefully we can keep that time well. Okay, with that short note, let me without further ado, let me introduce Associate Prof. Ramesh Zaidi. Go ahead, Dr. Zaidi.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Anand. Truly appreciate your introduction on myself, and I would like to also thanks Asti and for having me here. Okay. So I'm so happy actually, because I'm so excited because I have been dealing with a lot of youth entrepreneurs, and I'm also an advisor for IAZAC youth leaders in my university. However, for our fellow students, our fellow participants here, congratulations to you. I heard it's a very competitive from 106 business plans, okay, which actually I believe each of you have put your effort. And then now going into another phase, which is 30 of you, 30 teams. All right, so let me just go directly to what I want to share. And I know that this is the first topic for the workshop today. So the topic, okay, is business model and also business pitch. A little bit about me. Okay, I was a former director for Center for Technology, Innovation and Entrepreneurship in UTM, and which I actually engaged with a lot of students. Okay, we also conducted programs similar to what we have here, like working closely, for example, with MTDC. So we had our MTDC Business Challenge. Okay, the output actually so that students can go through the green lane to become entrepreneurs. Okay, because they have a lot of, frankly speaking, Malaysia ecosystem on entrepreneurships are very powerful. I mean, powerful in a sense, we have a lot of fundings opportunities are like so many. However, we need to get more and more talented, and I like the word that Mr. Anand mentioned as sharp minds. Okay, sharp minds. I love that one so much. Thank you, Mr. Anand. So I hope today my topic, at least it can make a little bit sharper for your mind, so that you can cut and focus through what you have you need to perform. Okay, so I have special what do you call love on business model, particularly on business model canvas, okay, which I'm going to share today. So just address me, just call me Zaidi Sensei, okay. So this topic, the aim is to understand business model. Okay, so a business model has many definitions, but we are going to use one tool which actually developed to make sure that we have what they call coherent in understanding the definition or meaning of business model. Okay, and the second one, after that, I'm going to introduce you on an easy to remember formula to structure your pitch. So whatever background that you have, especially if you are engineering or science and technology, we know that you have full interest in not only leveraging technology but developing technologies. So in this way, sometimes we spend too much time on development. Not to say too much time, we spend time on development. Nothing wrong with that. But one of the challenge is to make sure you would be able to communicate across to several audiences. It depends on your audience when you do pitching. So this is something that every one of us, okay, even not only within this group, but everyone in Malaysia should be able to do. Okay, we don't want the ideas which are not delivered in a good way, okay, and it is not becoming attractive to your judges, okay, because judges have their say, so that they can actually whether move you to another level or not. Okay, so without further ado, I like to actually listen from you, you know. Before we do anything, I would just want to get input from each participant and also teachers and so on business model. So I prepare a QR code here. So what I need you to do is to scan this QR code, or you want to use Menti, you can visit menti.com and key in the number, the code number. But I prefer if you can use your QR code, is faster, and just answer a few words, okay, on what is a business model. Okay, I'll open it now. Okay, and I'm going to show you live the response from every one of you. Okay, please do so. Again, suggest a few words, okay, to define what you mean by business model. Okay, we can see that one live. Okay, so we can see pitch, roadmap, guide, framework, sales structure. Sorry, I'm actually viewing my other screen to see can or cannot, okay, whether it's feasible or not to move forward or not move forward, to develop ideas, target audience, okay, process, plan, nature, excuse me, profit making plan, pillar in business format, guide, mock up, business formula, sorry, not business format, development of ideas. Okay, do we have more? Okay, so we have more strategy. Okay, execution describes how a company something, okay, so creates, delivers, and so on. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Wow, you guys, thank you very much. I don't know whether you have taken breakfast or not, but I know you're very energetic, okay, sharp minds and very full of energy. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Okay, let me just share a bit. Of course, sometimes there are things which what they call Let me. Okay. All right. Okay, so there are so many answers just now. Okay, so I can recall like page structure, strategy, plan, execution, and so on. Okay, whatever it is that you put, that's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong. What I mean is, there's nothing wrong if it's not similar to what I'm going to share. Okay, because the reason why I asked that question is we will get unlimited answers. Okay, so I've been doing it for many years. Okay, I started doing it when I started learning from the inventor of business model canvas, Dr. Alex Osterwelde, which I attended. I met him. I attended a very intensive training with him, 30 of us only in a room, which we learned very intensively. And he mentioned that a business model describe the rationale of how an organization, okay, that means for your case, the participants here, your group, which you come out with the business model, you create a value. From that creation, you deliver the value, okay? And what you get later on, there will be a return of value to you. So this is where it's sustainable. But the keyword here is, you see, creates, organization creates, delivers, and capture. Who knows the keyword? VALUE. It's about value. Okay, so the more value you get, the more clear you are in telling or in transforming problems into solution. And so, of course, maybe there are similar problems and people trying to come up with competitive solution. However, those competitive solutions who has a higher value will often win. The value can be that's what we are going to hear. We're going to see in the business model. Okay, so when we talk about business model, you actually gave a lot of definition, and Dr. Alex also did the same. So he also found out so many. And what he defined at the end is this. Okay, so just remember, you are going to create. After you create a value, you deliver that value, and you are going to get back. Going to capture that again. All right. So this book, Business Model Generation, is not new. It published in 2009. So if you look, you refer to the previous the slide just now. That was when that was in 2013. After 4 years published. But from 2009, me and my team, we have been doing a lot of what do you call meeting, okay, tea meeting with entrepreneurs. Okay, I myself am an entrepreneur and also a lecturer. So we actually do something practical, and we see this new book actually has the potential to change the whole thing on a business model, and it's true. Okay, so why? Okay, I need to tell you because you spend a lot of time doing business model, business plans, and so on. So you must come out, or I see you must go, or I can say like you what do you call the origin of how we learn, okay, must come from a very highly acknowledged material. Okay, so like in this book, it has been translated more than 37 languages. So you can see more than 10 million people using it, and it has been sold like more than 5 million. This one, I'm not sure. You can check the latest, what they call point. But I'm telling you, it's actually being used in all this, in the map here. Okay, all the spots there, and also excellent or top ranked university all over the world. So we are actually going into the right path. Okay, so I also spend a lot of time looking at business model. So the business model itself written in this one page canvas. So the canvas you can download, okay, you can actually play around. It's available. There's a lot of resources available online. So there are 9 building blocks of this. So we call it business model canvas. They call it business model canvas. So they also call it a handy. They also call it a handy tool. So why is it handy? Because it's one page. So this one page, everything is there. You can bring to, you can paste on the wall. You can actually debate on that and many things. Okay. All right. So let me go and explain what is this all about. Are you ready? Good. Okay. So these 9 building blocks, okay, I will start from what has been recommended, and based on my research also, we start from customer segments. So we have customer segments. We understand who are our customer segments, and then later on, we also develop whatever value, in this case, products and services, which carries some value. Then these product and services, you have to channel, bring it to the client, and later on, maintain relationship with them. But not to forget, at the end of the day, reality is always a reality. Okay, we have to get some revenue. We have to get revenue out of this. Okay, if you are, even if you are in social entrepreneurship, you still have to get revenue to sustain your business. All right, otherwise your SE, social entrepreneurship project, or companies and so will not be what do you call, cannot be sustained. Okay, and also when you want to develop the value proposition or your products or services, okay, you need resources. So not only that, you need to plan out the activities to develop that product and services. Okay, and always, and we know resources are limited, and sometimes we don't have all the resources to develop the product and services which contain the value. Okay, so what do? We work with people. For example, developing, let's say, your business model yourself on understanding all what do you call skills. So you attend this challenge. So in this challenge, you know you will be partnering with mentors and advisors. So those will be your key partners. Okay, and at the end of the day, all this go back to reality. We need to calculate costs. So we have also cost structure. All right, so that's generally what is BMC, but I'm going a little bit deeper in the next slide. Then I'm going to give example. Okay, so when I explain to students, especially young students, maybe less than 10 years old, okay, they also are very curious to know what is business model canvas. Okay, and we need to use a simple term. So I actually describe that simple term for segment who buys your products or services. So you must know. From now, you have your business plan very clearly stated who will actually be buying your product or services. Number two, what do you do? What do you develop? Okay, you are doing what? So you are developing X, you are developing Y. That's a product or service. So that is a value proposition. That means it contains in what you actually do. Again, the channel is simple word for that is how do you communicate? How do you communicate with your customer segments? How do you communicate with your customer segment? Okay? So your communication with customer segment is from here to here is through your channel. And after that, what relationships that you create? So once you have this circle, from what do you do to channel to your customer segment, you will also do some relationship with them. We create relationship with them. So this is what relationship you can create. Okay. Then we go into revenue stream. How do you make money? Okay, so there are many things, many changes due to the internet, due to social media, digital marketing. Oh, we have a very good topic after this. by our fellow Prof, okay, who will be talking about digital marketing and so on. So the model of getting money is very different now. It doesn't mean that you need to sell physical products. Sometimes a digital twin, or we call it a digital twin. One is physical and one is the digital output, can also be can also create income. Okay, the other one that I put here is activities. How do you do it? So how do you actually develop the value proposition? How do you actually do the marketing? How do you actually do the relationship? How do you actually make money? All those are the key activities. And what do you need to do it? So that is resources. Okay, you need to, let's say you want to develop a new, not to say develop a new material, use some high, what they call, very safe material for the environment. Okay, so maybe you don't have that resources, but you will be working with others, and these people have the resources. Okay, so you need that to do or to develop your value proposition. And in key partners, we ask who helps you, who is actually helping you. You work with people, and these people help you. Okay, and not to forget, the ninth block is how much cost to produce your products and services, or products or services. Okay, so all these are the simple way of asking in the business model canvas. Okay, of course, they are, if you go into the detail just now, there will be a lot of questions there. So this is a kind of easy way to let everyone understand. Okay, let's look in detail before we go into one example. All right. So if we look here, who buys your product or services? It can be mass market. Mass market, that means everyone. It's like television, electronics product, handphone. Okay. Of course, you can see handphone. There's different segment also. Yeah, we understand. But generally, they are communication device. So if you go into very detail, very deep, so some are covering very specific. For example, just talk about we like iPhone. Okay, somebody in front of me are very happy because just get a gift iPhone 14. All right. So and then niche market. So niche market is where, let's say you are a supplier, you are what they call, you need to know the buyer, and you also need to know the supplier. So these are special because it's not only like I go to the shop and buy something. There are agreement within these two groups. Okay, there are contracts and so on, contractual obligation. Okay, the other one is multi-sided. So once this customer segment, okay, it will actually have several entity together in that market. For example, if like credit card, this credit card technology will not work if there's no shop, or we call it, there's no vendor, uh, what they call, offering it. If you go to any shopping center and you bring your card and then say the credit card is not valid or is not used there, so there's no use of having a credit card. Okay, so we know that there are some credit cards are not so famous. Okay, so for Visa, Mastercard is very famous. American Express, we have JCB and many more. So so people are going into famous one. Okay, that is customer segment. Okay, so value proposition, we can actually see there are two types of value. One is can be measured quantitatively. For example, price. Maybe the value becomes good for you if the price is low. Okay, don't use the word cheap, please, because it will show it's correlated to a low quality product or services. So don't use the word cheap. Okay, so we use affordable and so on. Let's say that is your value, so it's about price. Speed of service, if let's say other people are offering some speed of delivery 10 minutes, maybe yours is 5 minutes. Okay, so it becomes better. So this is how they actually look at performance. in this case. And the other one is qualitative aspect, such as design, customer experience. It's a little bit challenging, but if you are offering that, then you need to know what is the value behind it. So these are the two things which generally being used to measure. The specific ones are like this. For example, newness. How new it is, how new in the market that is. So some technology that is very new. So the performance, just now I'm talking about performance, customization. How easily to customize. Okay, so like we want to buy, let's say, a hamster house. Okay, but I actually asked my daughter, asked me, "Hey, Pa, I want to buy this." I said, we want to buy this different size and so on. So she told me that this one can plug in here, can do 2 layer, 3 layer. I said, wow, that's customizable. Okay, so it's good. And then about the design, the brand and status. Okay, some product you just listen to the brand, you know the value, the price itself. Some some products are very high in price. Cannot say anything about it because that is how it brings the understanding of the perception. Cost reduction. Okay, if your company is focusing, your project is focusing cost reduction, you're going to do this. Accessibility and usability. Okay, so these are the specifics spectrum that you can use. Okay, let's go into the third one. How do you communicate? So we have awareness. So talking about channel is not only taking your product, finished product, give it to your customer. It involves, first is awareness. So how do you give awareness to people with your product is very new? So people do marketing. So that's why people develop awareness program. Hi, I'm developing this. This is very new in the world. What is that? I don't understand. Then that is where they need some education. So awareness. Number two, evaluation. So people will evaluate. Once they evaluate, they will start purchasing. So before purchase, they are just what we call as prospect. And then later on, you guys need to deliver. And afterwards, we'll do after sales. So all this connected to the customer relationship. It may have just a limited, because customer relationship, the lists are very long. So I just choose a few. For example, sometimes you need to interact with them in as a personal assistant, very one-to-one. Hello, sir, Mr. Anand, how are you? Okay, you call also, they know, oh, you bought the product. It's like very dedicated. We have automated self service, like for example, automated self-service, automated process, like what you have, like AirAsia, all check-in also automatic and so on. In airport, Changi Airport, okay, if I'm not mistaken, Terminal 2, they do everything automated. So you need to be very what do you call, you have to have the capability to know to use it. And then the other one is communities. So working with communities, so you connect with other communities. One community member will support you and so on. It's like an open source community, right? And then revenue stream is very interesting, very, very interesting, because in revenue stream, okay, we have like transaction and recurring. So transaction is one off. Maybe you buy something is one off, but recurring is like, I always say, it's like daily consumption. Okay, so people buy like prepaid reload. And you don't buy handphone every week or every month. Some people, yes, but not really all. But reloading credit, you will get more and more, because like food, meals also, people eat every day. People require that. Okay, so once you engage, then you can get all the revenue coming in. And there are many things that you can consider: asset sell, just sell, or maybe usage fee, subscription fees. This is very new in the what they call it, the internet era, when we started pay per use, paper, and so on, many, for lending, renting, leasing, licensing, brokerage fee, and advertising. Okay, and we have in key activities specifically, one is of course production. We have to produce our service and or products. The other one is maybe you are doing problem solving, you are a consultant doing problem solving, or maybe you are looking at the activities within a platform. This is just some of it. There are many more. Okay, so you need to explore more and more. Key resources, they break it down in physical resources and intellectual resources, including intellectual property, okay, human resources, financial resources, and some people put like IT resources and so on. So all these are resources that you need when you want to develop product and service. And who help you? So these are partners and network. Okay, partners and network. List down all these group of people or maybe companies or association, whatever it is that relevant to you. And the last one is the cost structure. Either your business is a cost driven or a value driven. Cost driven, normally they are very sensitive towards the cost. Okay, and the value driven, they're always sensitive on the value. They want more value. Okay, so value is equivalent to benefit over something, over cost. So we can see here the fixed cost and variable cost. Okay, let's look at an example. So normally, when I want to give example, I ask my student to come up with a problem statement. For example, in this case, the problem statement is about disposable cup. Disposable cup contribute to massive environmental waste, consuming significant natural resources and often containing harmful chemical like BPA. So additionally, they create inconvenience for on-the-go individuals who need multiple cup sizes. Okay, so these are one scenario. We write it down in problem statement. And later on, our solution, okay, this is a case study. We call it Poquito. This is a real product. Poquito addresses these issues by offering a reusable, collapsible cup made from durable, BPA-free materials, reducing waste, conserving resources, and providing versatile and convenient alternative to single-use cups. So from the problem statement, you can correctly come up with your solution and fill up your BMC. Okay, so this is filling up. So from who are the customer segment? I put here. This is based on Poquito case. Professional, urban professionals, auto enthusiasts, coffee shop patrons, eco-conscious consumers, travelers. And what are the value? Eco-friendly alternative to disposable cup, versatile and adjustable size, durable and long-lasting, portable and space-saving, and BPA-free safe materials. What are the channel? E-commerce platform, social media, and there are many more, but cannot fit on this. Okay, just a little bit advice. If you use, when you paste, of course, all of you like digital very much, but if you have it physical, you put it maybe in your hostel or in your room, in your meeting room, put a very big size business model canvas, maybe A0 or A1, put it on the wall, and then use post-it paper and write and put your ideas. And later on, you can actually move it, because the next day you will find new things. Then you need to add more and more. Okay, add or maybe remove. Because whatever you put in business model canvas, we call it assumption or hypothesis. You need to do and check, validate. Right. And then the customer relationship here, engaging social media presence, loyalty programs, educational content on sustainability. Interesting. For revenue stream, customized bulk order, corporate partnership, and direct sales. For key activities, product design development, manufacturing and quality control, marketing and sales campaign, customer service and support, distribution and logistic, partnership development. Okay, it should be 2 post-it paper for each point. I pasted in the same one, but don't repeat my mistake. Please identify these 2 points and put it in as 2 post-it notes. Okay, high quality BPA-free material, that is the resources, and then marketing team, design and engineering team, IP and including patents and trademarks. Who helps you? Organizational, environment organization, logistic and distribution companies, and manufacturing partners. You can actually even, frankly speaking, we normally put logo. You just put logo over there and people will understand, oh, why this company is here. Then that's your partner. Okay, and then for cost, manufacturing, production cost, research development, and marketing advice, and many more. So these are the whole thing about the case which trying to solve what is stated in the problem statement. So the product is actually a collapsible cup made from BPA-free material, high quality, versatile to different sizes, and that is what described in BMC. All right, we are going to go into pitching, but before that, if we have any question, keep it. Okay, you can type it in the chat box. Okay, so that later on I can refer. All right. So I actually noticed some. Okay. All right. There's no question for me. Okay, let's continue to the next. All right. So this is we are talking about pitching. So before that, let's watch this. Okay. If you have problem, especially the audio, you can actually scan the QR code and watch the video in your own device. Okay, let's watch together.
Hey, I've got a great idea for a business.
That's exciting. Tell me about it.
I've developed a chemical isomer that links to volatile organic compounds causing carbon bonds to rupture and wraps them in a nanotube coating.
Huh. That's a little confusing. Can you dumb it down for me?
Sure. What I do is I take a proprietary isomer that I developed with a picric acid wash that hollows out the carbon bonds and replaces them with a nanotube wrapping.
Okay, so I guess it's pretty technical.
Oh yeah. I've been working on this isomer for 9 years.
So what's the business idea?
To sell it,
To who?
everybody will want one,
What for?
so they can wrap their volatile organic compounds in carbon nanotubes.
I think you might need a target customer. I don't think I need to wrap my compounds in your nanotube.
Well, maybe not you.
So, for people who buy it, what's the value you are providing them?
I've developed a chemical isomer that links to volatile organic compounds causing carbon bonds to rupture and wraps them in a nanotube coating.
You've said that already. This is getting annoying. Why should anyone care about your isomer?
I spent 9 years on this.
I know that. Okay, pretend I'm an investor. How can I make money off your product?
By selling it.
You're a smart guy, but try not to think like a scientist. Think like a business person.
Okay. Value chain. Term sheet.
I have to go now and answer that.
That's not your phone.
I know.
Okay, guys. So I like you to share with me, okay, your suggestion on how to improve his presentation. Please scan the QR code, okay, and give your suggestion. Thank you. Okay, looking forward to look at your suggestion. Okay, so you're going to go into the answer in a few seconds. Please make sure you put your suggestion. Okay, so we are going to see the answer. Thank you. Okay, so we have here, he should tell a story, not jump into facts. What presentation? I miss hearing them. You see? Okay, so what presentation is like, and it's very annoying. Okay, I know. Explain how it can improve some or daily situations or solve a problem. Okay, you guys are very sharp, very nice. Be natural and use formal language. Appeal to customers' interests. Okay, avoid technical terms. Okay, improve his fluency in his words. Make a deliberate plan with complete information and easy to understand terms to garner best interest from investors. Okay, he should use simpler, clear, understandable words, have a clear goal of what the product does, related to what the customer wants. What is the product actually? Of course, yeah. We call it lower your level into layman terms. So layman, normal people, okay, just assume that, make it simple. Okay, like I try very much to take the BMC and make it simple, put it into a few questions, okay, so that you can actually see how it works with different blocks. Otherwise, it will be very academic. Okay, so he needs to talk in language that the customers can understand. All right, so check. Okay, we don't have others. Okay, good. Thank you very much. Awesome. So thank you for your feedback. All right, so we are going to touch a bit on pitch structure. So this pitch structure is a pitch structure that in UTM, my university, we started using it in 2009, and we modify a bit to make it more, what they call, understandable for Malaysian context. And also it has proved to help many spin-off companies and students to actually win a lot of grants, a lot of grants. So I've been using it. So Alhamdulillah, based on this, and also with the help of BMC, I've managed to get several millions grants, and also what they call entrepreneurship ventures. Okay, so a pitch structure here is an easy to remember quantitative statement. Okay, that is important. I don't want to just say easy to remember statement that summarizes the value. It's quantitative. So how it becomes quantitative? Let's see. First is attention. A. Okay, opening to capture your audience interest. Number 2 is N. Important customer needs. Number 3 is solution. Number 4 is advantage. Okay, which later on establishes benefit. Number 5 will be rival. And the last is actually action. So this structure, we call it ANSARA, ANSARA. So it's easy to remember, ANSARA. Attention, needs, solution, advantage, rival, and the last one will be what would be the next step. Okay, let me show you what it is this all about based on Poquito. Poquito is the case study we used just now. Okay, so this is how we structure it. Okay, so we have attention. For example, here, attention pullers. What are the example of attention puller? Suspense, curiosity, tell a story. All these you can start when you pitch. Don't take that much time. Just focus one. Take some data, which you actually get from needs. Pull it out. Pull it out. Like, for example, approximately 16 billion disposable coffee cups are used annually worldwide, many of which end up in landfills. Okay. First thing, not only text, put some pictures. Sorry for that, I didn't put here. Okay, put some pictures which actually emotionally it will engage people, especially your judge. Okay, for example, do you need to know? Do you know based on this source? Make sure you use established source. Okay, check again and again. Consumers often need different cup sizes for different beverages, leading to use of multiple disposable cup. Okay, so these are attention tags, or we call it attention. Okay, so when in need, just now, what is actually a pitch is a easy to remember quantitative statement. So why is it quantitative? Because you need to find data to support whatever problems or needs. For example, number one, environmental pollution and resource waste. So the data says that production of one disposable cup uses 0.2 pounds of wood, 0.1 gallons of water, and 0.1 kilowatt hour of energy. Source, Journal of Cleaner Production. So justification, need to reduce the number of disposable cups. So you see, there are so many items here, but remember, you don't need to use everything. You sit down in your team, find as many as possible and sort, find which one is very impactful. And remember, you are going to present in the different range of audience. So they have different things that they want to know. If you're presenting to your friend that you want to start this project, so you have to know what your friend wants. If you want to invite them, you will present to them as a way to invite them to join in a project. So if they love green product like this, maybe they love you, they will join. If you're going to pitch to investor, you have to talk a lot, okay, on cents, dollar cents. All right. Okay, let's go to the next one, solution. Okay, when we go into solution, either it's a product or service, either it's a physical or IT product and so on, you must show the features and also show the solution using videos, the mechanics of how it works, flow charts, prototypes, low-level prototype, or maybe blueprints. You can do that. Okay, but make sure you communicate the value to the customer or to the audience here. In this case, you see the poquito. Okay, the poquito, you see the cup is collapsible, so it's very clear, right? Do this. Okay, advantage is where, if you see here, when we write down about advantage of a product, it's actually being on the left side of the advantage is features, on the right side is benefit. So when you list out the advantage of the product, you will actually see whether it's the features and benefit are also there. So in this case, features collapsible, advantage versatile, and benefit is convenience. I like to remind everyone, if you write down the features and advantage, it's like writing down specification and the advantage. And it's always coming from the product. Benefit, by the way, is different. Benefit comes from the perception, understanding of users or buyers. In this case, the buyer wants convenience. The buyers want cost effective. The buyer want customizable experience and so on. Okay, so this is advantage. The other one is rival. It's also depend on whether you need to show this to during your pitch, but uh, normally we need to understand that we are not the only person in the world developing a product, because we know there will be competitor or substitute, or maybe some people they don't care about the product. So you have to put some kind of comparison with your competitors. So we call it rival. Okay, and then you put the features, and you can actually write tick. Yours is more. If yours is less, also no problem, as long as you know which part that you can be better than others. All right. The next one is action. So listeners always ask, so what? After you present to me, so what? Like the guy just now, so what? What is next? Or also known as closing. Depends on the situation, you may add CTA. We call it call to action. Okay, so for example, by using Poquito, you're not making a smart financial decision, but you are also taking a significant step towards reducing waste. Okay, together we can make a tangible impact on the environment. The other one is call to action. You want to ask investor. Okay, we are seeking 500,000 in funding to expand our production and to reach a broader market. This investment will help achieve milestone, including launching new marketing campaigns and scaling our user base. In exchange, we offer 10% equity. So it's 500,000 from you, investor, and we offer 10% equity. Okay, so that's pitching. So I'm going to end by saying conclusion. So actually, when we look at business model is something that no one should ignore, because there are a lot of case big companies collapse due to the disruption of new companies coming out with new ideas. Small companies can sometimes disrupt big companies, always like that. So this is where it's not only about the product and service, it's always about the business model, understanding the business model. Okay, and number two, delivering your ideas is very critical, but you need to adjust to suit the type of audience. So this is where use your sharp minds, intelligent, okay, make sure that you are able to adjust different type of audience. Okay, so this is my latest training book, okay, handbook, which I use it for my training. It's a interactive training book, okay, for audience to understand Ansara, but it's not like 10 minutes. It's like we can do it in one day. Okay, so thank you very much to everyone, and I really welcome any questions related to the topic that I shared. I pass back to you, Mr. Anand. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zaidi. Thank you.
Most welcome.
Students, audiences, we have about a few more minutes. If you have some questions, you can type it on the chat or raise it verbally. We can take note. We will try to answer them if time allows immediately, or through another channel at a later time. Please, but anyhow, please do raise your questions. Maybe I'll give about 10 seconds, 15 seconds if you want to think about it. Or type it out. Meanwhile, I want to thank Dr. Zaidi for a very valuable, purposeful presentation. I'm quite convinced that it will really help them out, especially with the business model canvas, because that is the model that we are using as part of their, not only for pitching, as part of their proposal of the idea. So that's our key component that we use to evaluate before we can shortlist them for the final pitching. I don't see any questions on the chat. Anybody want to ask anything?
Have one new message. Oh,
Okay,
I
there's
think
one.
it's for the organizer in this case.
Yeah, okay. Questions to organizers, don't worry, we'll answer you through chat or indirectly through other means as well, because many participants are in communication with us throughout the journey towards the final. Okay.
Mr. Anand, can I share a bit? Actually,
Yes,
I want to
yes.
ask one question, but I convert the question to my experience when actually we won 7 out of 5,000 teams in business model challenge in Seattle. That was 2016, if I'm not mistaken, 15 or 16. So my team, we won a competition on business model canvas. It's not only developing the BMC, it's also putting hypothesis and testing it. So it's all education. So we won Asian champion. And when I was in Seattle, just sharing a bit on one project, which was really good. But sometimes we forget that the simplest solution will be the best. Okay, just sharing. So this group is from Mexico. So they developed a filter, an aircon filter. At that time, it was very hazy in Mexico, so dust and hazy. And even the dust you can see in the car. Okay, it did inside the inside of the car. So what happened? They developed this specific filter to actually filter all this dust, and they actually work together with an automotive company, which they develop one box, which the box go what they call put they put the filter and there will be dusty air going in, and then later on the dusty air or less better air come out. And what they did, they actually took the better air and they went into a very high-tech testing. They test on all the elements there, one by one. They test a lot lah, microbes and whatever it is. Okay, but one things didn't change actually, the color of the air. So the air color before the filter and after is not, I mean, from our eyes, is still visible as, if in Malay people in Malaysia, we say, masih kuning lagi, why like that? So it's not convincing. So, but from the test, is actually they have managed to reduce a lot of these allergens, microbes, and so on. Not to say microbe lah, I mean something like dust and so on. But they didn't manage to convince the judges, and especially Dr. Alex Osterwelde asking question. He asked very simple. If there are solution, use simple solution. Okay, in this case, if there are measurement tools, use your what they call sensors. If the sensors say it's not right, no need to go further, unless you are trying to prove something which is not visible by the sensor. So this was what I think an eye-opening and awakening for many people. People like, oh, okay, but they actually spend a lot of time developing the MVP, minimal viable product, for the testing, okay, which they overlook using our sense only. So just sharing with you. So please don't repeat. I mean, don't do that mistake. Not to say repeat, don't do that mistake. I also learned a lot from that. Thank you, Dr. Anand.
Thank you, Dr. Zaidi. Thank you very much. Once again, I would like to thank you for your valuable time and sharing with our audiences. Okay, students and audiences, let us move on to our next session. Okay. The topic is understanding marketing strategies and digital marketing. This will be delivered by a colleague, Dr. Anita Chakrabarty. Let me read out a bit of background so that we can introduce her properly. Dr. Anita Chakrabarty is an associate professor at Nottingham University Business School at University of Nottingham, Malaysia. Her teaching and research interests are in the field of marketing, with particular interest in consumer behavior. Her recent areas of research involve consumers and their digital consumption. She holds a PhD from University of Nottingham, a master's degree in marketing from University of Northumbria, and in public administration from University of Malaya. She's a fellow of PGCHE, a trainer of HRDF, as well as she has trained, I'm sure, across many other institutions and other bodies as well, such as JPA and Sunrise. She has been involved in the esteemed Newton Grant Interdisciplinary Research Project and involved in various consulting projects. She is currently part of the leadership team for the Future Foods Research Cluster in the University of Nottingham, Malaysia, looking at enhancing research involving farm to fork food based issues related to consumer behavior, marketing, food security, food consumption, and waste issues. Without further ado, let me introduce Dr. Anita and welcome her abroad. Dr. Anita, to you, please.
Thank you. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Let me see. Yep.
Can you see me?
Yeah.
Okay, good morning, Dr. Anand. How nice to see you here. And I didn't expect actually. All right. Let me share my screen. Oh, I can't share my screen. Okay.
No,
how do I change the slides?
I can see the screen.
Yeah, but how do I change my slides?
Wait,
Oh, somebody else is sharing my screen. Okay, great.
Yeah, I'm sharing your screen, Doctor.
Okay. You mean you're sharing my slides, is it?
Yes,
Yes.
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 Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so how do we change from one slide to another? You are
You
going to manage?
Yes, I will manage. You just say next and I will move it.
Oh, okay. I'm not used to that. Okay, all right, let's start at the beginning. So good morning, everybody, and thank you to the team for inviting me. Let's begin with the previous slide, please. Yes. Okay, so the next slide. Thank you. So today I'm going to look at marketing strategies and a little bit on digital marketing. My area is more on consumer behavior and marketing, as Dr. Anand has just mentioned. So let's go to the next slide. So the agenda today is looking at what is marketing, why we must do it. Got quite a little bit to cover in terms of how to do marketing, step 1, 2, and 3, and also looking at digital marketing. Okay. What is important in terms of marketing, I will deliver to you, and I hope you will learn from this session. What I'd like to start with is actually to explain to you that we are now in a very different world. 50 years ago, before internet and social media, a company can do anything, can talk about their products, and people will buy the products without being concerned about anything else. But nowadays, people are very concerned about the climate, pollution, how Mother Earth is being taken care of. And therefore, when you come up with your products, you have to think about whether customers will have a positive attitude towards your product. Meaning, if your product is harming the earth, or it's not good, or it's doing something wrong, then people will not buy the product because somebody will find out. The next thing that we know is that in marketing, there is digital transformation going on everywhere in the world, and you cannot do marketing without considering the digital agenda. So more and more consumers, customers like me and you, we are looking for convenience, and convenience and quick response can only be done through digital means. Lastly, in marketing nowadays, people use a lot of artificial intelligence. So that is a different topic altogether, which you can look into on your own. But this is something you can consider in your marketing efforts. So let's go on to the next slide, please. So what is marketing? Basically, we think, all Malaysians think, hey, marketing is actually advertising. Senang aja. We can do it anytime. All right. That's not true. If you go by the academic definition, marketing means meeting needs profitably. Then you won't understand what it means. But the main thing is marketing is not advertising. It's not advertising alone. Advertising is only one part of marketing. Advertising means making other people aware of your product, aware of what your product can do. But before that, there are many stages of marketing. Next slide, please. We start off with the idea of customer needs. Like in the previous definition, you saw that Kotler said that marketing is meeting needs profitably. So we all are consumers. We all have needs. What is the meaning of needs? Needs normally means any problems or anything we require to make our situation or life better, easier, or happier even. Okay? So the consumer is the only person that knows what they need, right? Other people don't know what you need. Only you know what you need. But as a business, as a person who is coming up with a new innovation or product, you can learn about this need. How? You can learn about this need by market research, which is talking to others, all right? Or you can learn about these needs from observation by looking at others, looking at what problems they are having. Next slide, please. So why must you do marketing? So remember, even till today, if you tell people, I'm doing marketing, people will say, oh, that's so easy. You will learn what it is later on. So why do you do marketing? You have innovative products, great ideas, services, technologies, and even solutions for the market, correct? When we say market, it means people. When we say people, we mean consumers, people who might use our product. The second reason is that we need marketing to generate revenue and profit. Innovative products alone cannot bring in money. People have to buy it. People have to exchange value, meaning give you money to buy, own, or use your product. That's how you make revenue. And if you understand costing and pricing and perceptions well, you can even generate a very good profit. Okay? At the end, understand this. Innovation cannot sustain a company. It must be paired with marketing. And another thing is, a company will not exist without consumers. If people don't want the product, then you don't exist. Next slide, please. Let me show you this Interbrand Best Global Brands 2023. I hope you recognize some of these brands. This is a global consultancy that collects information on all the brands and then ranks them. So the Interbrand Best Global Brands 2023 shows you that some of the top 4 companies are technology-based companies: Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, and Google. Beyond that is Samsung. So almost top 5 are technology-based companies. And you can see all this. You can go to their website at interbrand.com to read up more about these brands. Next slide, please. Why are the companies successful? You know these logos very well, correct? Just Do It and Apple, you know them, correct? But why do you know them? Well, one of the reasons is because they are good in marketing. Next slide, please. These are the 3 pillars to be good in marketing. The first one is to understand the environment and competition. The second one is to understand the consumer needs and meet the needs profitably. The third one is to implement marketing actions and activities effectively and efficiently. So always remember these 3 things. So marketing, remember, is not just about advertising. It is about more than that. Okay, let's go further. Next slide. So step 1, how do you actually do marketing? Let's look at this. There are 3 steps. The first step is marketing environment analysis. So before you even start marketing, you must know your environment. I believe you might have already done this in your previous sessions. Okay? But the important thing about the environment is, remember this, is whether it is favorable or unfavorable, meaning good or bad. If it is good, then you're very lucky. For example, now there is a lot of opportunity for coming up with e-vehicles. Okay, e-motorbike, e-cars. People are looking for fuel substitutes. People are looking for energy efficiency. People are looking for low-cost options for fuel. So these are all favorable conditions for innovations regarding any type of fuel or energy provider for your appliances or for your homes, for your work. Okay. The next thing to look at is market and competitors as well. So thinking about who are your competitors, you should know who are the other companies that are dealing in the same product same kind of people, same kind of sales. So you want to know what they're doing, and you have to think about what you want to do. So market research is key. You cannot come up with innovations and come up with the features of your innovations without understanding what consumer needs are there and what consumers are looking for, but also about how consumers behave, how they buy the product, how they use the product. Because if consumers don't like your product or find it too difficult to use, no matter how good it is, they will not buy it. There are products in the past that have failed. For example, the Blu-ray DVD players didn't work. That's only one example. The next step that we're going to expand on is the STP, segmentation, targeting, and positioning. STP is called marketing strategy. So this is thinking about who your customers are going to be, which customers you want to target, and how you place your product in the minds of the consumers vis-a-vis the other competitors that are there. So that's step 2. And we're going to talk about it a bit more. And step 3, we are going to look at some of what we call the tactical marketing aspects or marketing activities regarding the product, price, communications. I use the word communications because promotions gives the wrong idea, and place. Step 3 is called the 4 Ps. I hope you've heard it before. All right, next slide, please. Let's look at the marketing environment first. Step 1. So as I explained to you before, understanding what influences your market and your industry. That's very important, okay? Especially when you're thinking about even global market entry, like if you're going to another country, then you must understand how is the politics of the country, is it stable or not? Is it helpful for products like yours or companies like yours? Economic influences mean things like inflation, growth, PPP, purchasing power parity. I don't know whether you've heard of these economic terms. Purchasing power parity means how much we can afford, okay, because of our currencies. So right now, I'm sure you know that Malaysia is undergoing a little bit of a difficult time because our exchange rate is low, things are becoming more expensive, and cost of shipping has also increased, which means imported goods are going to become more and more expensive. In this kind of environment, you might want to think about how you can come up with substitutes that can overcome imports. Also, social and cultural influences. What are they? Social and cultural influences means people, what people think of your product. So like in Malaysia, you want to make sure your products are halal. Okay, and also technology using AI and also the rules and regulations. You have to think about all this before you bring your product out and bring your product to commercialization. The next thing is competition. Who is your competition? You see Pepsi and Coke always fighting with each other. Similarly, most competitors are always fighting with each other. You must know what your competitors are doing. And the key question is, do you want to follow them, meaning be the same? Do you want to be better, or do you want to be cheaper? Okay, so you must come up with strategies to respond. Now, these strategies can involve market segments and also your market activities, 4 Ps. Next slide, please. Let's now dive down into the STP. The STP is about knowing your customers. So I've got 2 slides here. All right. Who are your customers? Are they a group of young university students? Are they working adults? Are they young children, like the pictures I show? Are they farmers? Who are your consumers? And you must understand everything about them, not just who they are, their age, their preferences, what they do daily, you must know your consumers. Okay? So you want to understand who are your potential consumer. We call them your customer segment, your target market. You must know why they want to buy our product. This is mainly from the benefit point of view. What benefit will they get? So benefit is a very important thing for you to remember when you're marketing your product. What is the benefit? Can they afford our product? And that has to do with pricing. So you have to ensure that your price and their affordability matches. Or not, they will not buy your product. Next slide, please. Now, in terms of individual consumers, you must think about what influences them. All right? So every consumer is influenced by their age. Some people who are older don't like certain things. Culture, right? Religion, their family and friends, and society. This shapes their beliefs, their attitudes, and their perception. Okay? So for example, you might think that, technology products from the US are much better than technology products from Malaysia. That's a belief. May not be true, but that's what you believe. And the second thing you must understand is how consumers make decisions. This is called consumer decision-making process. You must know that most consumers will recognize they have a problem. Now you can look at the chart on the side. That's called need recognition. Then, if it's expensive or if it's very big investment, then people will search for information. Then they will rank or rate the different options. Once they evaluate, they will select what they want and then only they will purchase. The last part is called post-purchase evaluation. Here, after purchasing, people say, oh, did I like the product? Can I recommend the product to other people? Will I buy it again? That's post-purchase evaluation. Sometimes they give feedback back to the company. Sometimes they don't. But for companies, getting that feedback is important so that they can improve. So remember, these things are influencing your consumers. They don't just look at the product and straight away buy. There's a lot of mental and cognitive and emotional processes going on before they buy a product. Next slide, please. So as a firm, as a marketer, all right, you have to understand that you must know your customer. You cannot satisfy everyone, but you might want to look at the market and focus on one segment. When you focus on one segment, that is going to be called target marketing. So for example, here, I have a market and I divided that market according to age. And maybe I have a product like milk powder, and I want to focus on people who are above the age of 50, the orange block there. All right, can you see the orange block? I focus on that orange block because people above the age of 50 are worried about their bones, their weight, and maybe they have diabetes. So I want to come up with a milk that focuses on that age group. So my marketing activities, all my 4 Ps will be for that particular age group. Okay. So the product, the price will be for that age group, suitable to them. Maybe I communicate via the doctors because they go to doctors very often. And lastly, I might even sell it online or through doctors. So that's my channel. So that is one example of how you choose a target market and then how you shape your marketing activities around it. Next slide, please. So going back to some definitions, we're going to do market segmenting, like I showed you, dividing the market, and then focusing on one aspect of the market, which is targeting. And when you target, I want you to understand, you must develop your customer profile. So for example, I used the above 50s just now. Who is your customer? Look at a number of people, say 10 who are above 50, male and female. For Malaysia, maybe different ethnic groups. and understand who they are, what they do, what they like. That is called a customer profile. Okay? And you develop the marketing mix for them. Lastly, you position. Positioning means how different, better, unique your products are compared to your competitors. So you must normally make something different. Everybody uses Samsung and Apple. Is it very different? Some people feel it is. Okay. Some people say Apple is better. Some people say Samsung phones are better. So that's because of their unique differentiation. You could say that Samsung has tried to cover all aspects of the market with many different products. Apple is more focused. Next slide is, please. Let's look at some common segmenting. You know these products? Okay. For example, the milk on the bottom right hand of the slide, New Kid, is a growing up male. That one is segmented by age because different milk products are for different age. But it is also segmented by income because some of these milk products are very expensive. Okay. And another one on the top right is a gaming laptop. That one is segmented by benefit. This is for people who want laptops for gaming. Gaming laptops are normally larger, have greater memory, and have very good, what do you call it? Gaming cards, yeah? So that's the gaming laptops. Normally, benefit is a very clear segmentation base. You only focus on people who want your benefits from your product. The last one on the left hand here is an Under Armour shirt. Why do people buy Under Armour and not Nike? For some people, Nike is more focused on the athletics and sports and not so focused on the ordinary consumer. Under Armour, on the other hand, is very focused on the millennial and the Gen Z. I'll explain to you in a little while. So the most common segmentation bases are demographic, like based on age or gender, like perfume for male, for female, that is gender-based segmentation. Income, high income, low income, mid-income, or education even, all right? Benefit-based, based on the benefit that your product offers. Lifestyle-based, based on the activities, interests, and opinions of the people. Okay, for example, products like Tag Heuer watch or Under Armour, this is also lifestyle-based. And lastly, on usage behaviors. So selling in bulk or big bottles, small packages, depends. So these are the common segmentation base. You don't have to worry so much about segmentation because most of the products nowadays focus on benefit-based segmentation. So your focus should be on the type of consumers who are looking for the benefit your product will give. That's your segment. Understand that segment well. Next slide, please. This is the Gen Z. I'm sure you've heard of it. This is mostly you, all right? And if your consumer segment is the Gen Z, this is how you do your profiling. You try to understand everything about them. So the Gen Z, of course, this is a US, UK-based sample. Gen Z is more global. They like social media. They know what is going on in other countries. They like influencers under the influence. They're very demanding, okay? And they are also quite clever, I think. You know, they understand their boundaries and their strengths. They are eager to stand out. They want to do something impactful for the world. And therefore, they are quite focused on innovation and innovative thoughts. They are looking at experiences and not gathering material objects. And I think this is something quite admirable about Gen Z. You know, you're not just about buying things and buying brands. And lastly, you're very pro-social responsibility based, meaning you're very concerned about ethics and the way companies treat their employees and their consumers and planet Earth. So these are some findings of Gen Z. These are not my findings. These are from a consultancy firm. But if your market segment is Gen Z, then you have to know about these things and you shape your company efforts based on this. Next slide, please. Right. When you select your target market, meaning your focus, you will have to understand that the more you know about your customer, the better it is. When you select your target market, you must ask these questions. How profitable is the target market? That means, can they pay for your product? Are they willing to pay premium price? Premium price means more expensive. Or you can't charge premium price, but they are willing to pay for the volume they purchase. How big is the market, the size of the market? It is no point to select a target market which is too small. But you can have small target market in every country, and in total, globally, it becomes a big target market. The next thing is, will the segment last? Meaning, is this consumer's behavior and choices, is it very temporary? Okay. Do you know who they are? Do you know how to reach them? Meaning, can you communicate with them? Do they read? Do they watch TV? Are they looking on their mobile phone? Do they download apps? Okay, can you do that? And the next thing is, can your company or does your company have the resources to ensure they can get the products? Meaning, do you have retail outlets as partners? Okay, retail outlets like Guardian, Parkson, Uniqlo, these are retail outlets. You have them as partners. Would they sell your product? Okay. Or do you have logistics providers as partners? Logistics like Lalamove, okay? Will they provide your products directly to the people's homes? So, like the previous speaker talked about the business model canvas, distributors and channel partners are important points, features of your business. So you can't just come up with a product. You must also have partners. Partners in terms of people who are supplying you with resources and partners in terms of distributors. Next slide, please. Let's look at the last part of the SDP, which is positioning. I've given you the definition. In fact, all my slides are from Kotler Marketing Management book. You can look at that book anytime, and you can find that book in any bookshop. Okay. Positioning means what, actually? It's very difficult sometimes to understand positioning. Positioning is not a physical position, no. It's a perceptual position, meaning in the mind of the consumer. I need you to remember that. Positioning is a perceptual position in the mind of the consumer. So how does the consumer perceive your product, your brand, in comparison with the competitor? Okay. So in this aspect, you must have a point of differentiation. Differentiation means you must have some benefit or attribute of your product which is unique. Now, unique doesn't have to be very great. Sometimes small things matter to consumers. If you make it easier for them, if you make it faster for them, if you make it more reliable, more convenient to carry, more convenient to take, these are all little attributes that can change consumer thoughts about your product. Okay. Next slide, please. Let me give you examples of positioning. For example, I show you some pictures here. I know you're doing science and technology-based innovations, but borrow ideas from the consumer world. Automobiles, there are so many cars in the market, but some cars stand out. So I've put a picture of a Volvo there, of a Tesla there. What's the difference? how do they position themselves? Tesla has done a lot of work in positioning themselves very differently. They don't have distributors. They allow you to buy their cars online. Okay, online. And it's an electric car. Their batteries are made in China, by the way. Tesla, in fact, is the first electric car. And now they're going ahead to provide charging units all over the country. That's their differentiation, not just the car. The car still has 4 tires and 1 steering wheel. Of course, the design of the car matters. The next thing is the Volvo. Volvo has been around for a long time. What is so popular about the Volvo car? Can somebody maybe write in the chat? What is so fantastic about the Volvo car? Do you know the car? Can you put it in the chat? What is so great about the Volvo car? Oh, very good. Great. Safety level. Absolutely. Good. Yeah. Actually, some people say the Volvo is very old-fashioned. But yeah, safety has always been a distinctive feature, and that's how they position themselves. Volvo has always talked about its safety features. But you know one more thing? Volvo is now owned by Geely of China, but their R&D is still in Sweden. That has not changed. I like the car very much. Can't afford it. Lecturers not very rich, but you know, the Volvo car is very nice. But safety is the main feature. And that's why they are also very well known not to have had too many accidents which are life-taking, all right? So safety is a great feature. But that's why also Volvo suffered a little bit, because that was the only thing they were famous for, safety. And after a while, their design started to look a bit boring, okay? So who wants to buy a boring car? People want cars which are sporty, stylish, and things like that. So around 2014 or 13, when they were bought over by Geely of China, their design started to become more contemporary, right? Other ways to position is by looking at the function or use of the product. Like for example, Samsung phones are made nobody makes Samsung phones for telephone calls, right? Samsung phones are made for WhatsApping, for emailing, for taking good pictures, for using it for work, quite a number of them, okay? And taking good photographs is one function which is very important in mobile phones. And the next one is benefits to the user. For example, it can make you faster, like, you know, a good phone can or a good tablet can. What's the benefit? Okay, or it makes you do your gaming more better, you know, like your Alienware, you know, laptops. Quality as well as heritage. For R&D, okay, and innovative products, meaning products which are based on science and technology, heritage normally doesn't matter, but heritage does matter when it comes to products which are more historically known from the region. For example, Belgian chocolates, French perfume, Italian pizza, you know, that's heritage products. So sometimes people would say, if you want to buy appliances for your house, like washing machine and all, buy it only from Japan because they are better, or buy it from Europe because they are more long lasting, you know, that's heritage. Okay, so knowing about the origin. Let's look at the next slide. And of course, Uniqlo, you know Uniqlo. Just imagine these two for a while. Okay, you want to take just 2 minutes? Maybe somebody can tell me, what is the difference between Zeus coffee and Kenangan coffee? This to show you how they position themselves. Huh? Both are coffee, by the way. What is different? So you want to write in your chat a little bit so I can see some of your answers? That's positioning, huh? So we just take 2 minutes. Let's have some fun. Want to write about Zeus and Kenangan coffee difference? Just try. Which brand? Is it Kenangan? Ah, yes, correct. Heritage. Zeus is Malaysian, Kenangan is Indonesian, correct. Just take a minute. One more person. That's correct. Anybody else? No? Okay. All right. Zeus is famous, Kenangan is not. Okay. That's interesting way of advertising. All right. Thanks. Great job. Okay. I didn't know you didn't know about Kenangan. Kenangan is, yes, I agree with you maybe. Zeus is much more popular in Malaysia because Zeus came up right after the pandemic, right? And Zeus is doing very well. Zeus positioned itself as the first technologically enabled coffee, which means you could order Zeus on your app and get your coffee. Of course, you are, entrepreneurs for technology and maybe you don't need an app, but you can still apply some of the things depending on who are your consumers. Kenangan Coffee is doing it very differently. Yes, I agree, it's not as successful as Zeus. Kenangan of Coffee is going to all the malls and setting up in the malls. They are targeting working adults, like people who are working in and out in an area. Their coffee is much more local and Asian based. So you get a lot of condensed milk, very thick, some ice and, things like that. They do not have a range like Zeus has in the number of products, but Kenangan Coffee is growing. And you can have a look at the difference between Kenangan Coffee and Zeus Coffee the next time you see it. Then you will understand. What's the difference in their price? And you said something about the different ways they are advertising. Yes, their communication is very different. Okay. And also, where are they setting up? That's the channels. And you can talk about their product itself. Look at it. That's the different marketing activities that they're doing. And remember, Zeus Coffee started and became very popular because of all the tactics they're doing. One of the tactics Zeus is doing, which is very good, and I think it really brings up a lot of sales, is that they tell you when is your friend's birthday, and then you can give them a discount for their coffee. Okay, so that's all interesting things that they do. These are some marketing activities. Again, maybe not applicable to high-tech items, but you can apply some. Next slide, please. Last step here, step 3, the marketing mix. Okay, product. Product, you think about the product features and things like that. Price, promotion, okay, meaning communication, and place. Let's go to the next slide. Let me start with product. In product, you have to think about the features and the quality. Features means how good, how big, is it liquid, is it tablet, what are you doing? What's the quality level? Are you high quality? Are you generic? If you are high quality, then of course your pricing will also be high. Branding. Branding is a whole big area. I don't delve into branding now, but understand brand name, understand the importance of brand reputation. So you must build your brand name and build a positive brand reputation. Ensure that you're communicating with your consumers always about your product and about your brand. Okay. For example, Dutch Lady recently highlighted its freshness by putting the word pure farm on its boxes. Now, to be honest, I don't know what that means, but they are trying to portray that they are very fresh and directly from the farm to your homes. Okay. The next thing is packaging. Packaging is very important do not underestimate the importance of packaging. Packaging will show your logo. See the Dutch lady one, the logo is there. It shows its trademarks. It shows the style and aesthetics. Okay. So make sure your packaging. Nowadays, everybody is going for sustainable packaging. Okay. You could have recyclable material used, or, paper-based packaging, or less packaging, what we call naked packaging, it's called. That means no packaging at all. Okay. You sell it by bulk in, say, generic glass bottles. Some people are also going for that because it reduces the price of products. Next slide, please. Is about price. What is your price level? For high research intensive products, technology products, normally price is high in the beginning. Can you tell me why? Can you tell me why the price is high in the beginning? Any thoughts? Any thoughts on why the prices are high in the beginning? That's what it's worth. Okay. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Can you tell me why the price is high in the beginning? Okay, let's move on. To recover the model, yes, correct. Cost is high, yes. It's not just the materials, it's also the research intensive work. Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much for your answers. Okay, very good. So, actually, when you do research intensive work, it normally takes a long time. So yes, you do need to recover your capital, inputs, your human resource inputs, your time inputs. Normally the price is high. When the price is high, people will still buy. That's because people believe that a lot of work has gone into the product, and the product is high quality, it is reliable, and it will give the benefit. Okay, so don't worry if price is high. Sometimes price needs to be high in order to persuade the consumer that the product is really of high quality. It also gives exclusivity. For example, cancer drugs are very expensive, but still some people go for the expensive ones because maybe they believe in the brand name. I don't personally. I would like all medicine to be accessible to all people. But that's where you come in. People like yourself to do science and research and development to come up with accessible products for all people. All right. But never price your items too cheaply. Why? Because then people will not believe that it is good. Okay. So you will have to find a midpoint if you believe your product should be more accessible to more people. So in the beginning, we call this pricing, premium pricing. After people adopt the product and more people buy, you can lower the pricing because you have more products to sell. Next slide. Distribution channels. Distribution can be direct, meaning you are the producer, you sell direct to the customer. Many people, R&D companies do that because they go directly online. However, that limits your ability to reach a large number of people because it needs a lot of effort to go direct. Okay, you need to have the whole thing, logistics, online, packaging, everything. The next one is indirect, where you are the producer, but you give your products to an intermediary, like a shop, like an agent. They are intermediary, okay? Middlemen, you call them, to sell it to the customer. That might be easier and allow you to access more customers, but you need to control it more better because you're giving to another person to do the job. Some companies also choose that method. Next slide, please. I don't want to focus on all communications, but I want to focus on these interesting ones that are new and people seem to like it more, like events. All right. People like events, stall, kiosk in malls, because unfortunately, most people don't read advertisements. When on a Google page, you have many advertisements, you just click on the cross, you know, and you say, I don't want to see it anymore. On YouTube, YouTube has a premium setup where people don't see any advertisements. Also, we give out free samples, trial packages in different places. Another way is by using mobile trucks in high traffic areas like universities, schools, office areas, KLCC, you know, that kind of thing. And lastly, digital. But people don't like advertisements so much. Next, please. Some recent campaigns, you can go to this on your own. These are some R&D based products. In Malaysia, Purely Bee, which is a pegaga mainly for women. This is really very popular. Always on social media. They have their own YouTube. They use a lot of celebrities. You can look at that. Purely Bee, right? And then the next one, I wanted to highlight tiger milk mushroom. This is very famous now all over the world because it reduces cough and cold symptoms. And it is Malaysian. Tiger milk mushroom is a Malaysian product. And the research was done by the doctor, which I show up in the picture there, Dr. Tan, and that's how they did it. Okay. Next slide, please. Next slide, please.
I think this is the last one. It's not. Is that?
All right. Is that it? I don't know what went out in the PDF. Ah, there it is. Okay. So I'm just going to touch a little bit on digital communication because you know better than I do about digital communication. Is that it, Vanita? Yeah. Next slide, please. Yes. So a lot of people talk about digital marketing. I just want to highlight to you, without what I just explained to you, you cannot do digital marketing. Digital marketing just means to move everything onto a digital platform. So when we talk about digital marketing, I'm going to highlight on communication by the firm's own media. So remember, you must have your website, your own social media pages. LinkedIn is very big. Okay. Paid media, which is what you pay for. You pay Google to highlight your product, you know. And then we also do digital inbound marketing where, you know, the firm creates their own content through blog, white papers, and webinar. So this is something you can do to really grow the communications of your product. Next. Yeah, just to give you a bit of example, what is SEM, search engine marketing, and what is search engine optimization? Search engine marketing means that you pay to Google to highlight your website, all right? And there you will see with paid search marketing, your website will appear as sponsored. Another one is search engine optimization, is where you put the correct keywords in your website so that your website will turn up in the search engine. That's SEM and SEO. Next page, please. So these are some elements of the website design. A website is very important, but the millennials and Gen Z normally prefer social media. But LinkedIn is still important to show credibility of your company and product. Next stage, you can look at this yourself when you have time. Next slide, please. About social media, just want to highlight to you that most people spend about almost 3 hours on social media per day. Maybe not one shot, but in little time zones, okay? When we speak about social media, remember, you can speak about your product in online communities. You can start a blog on your product. And apart from Facebook, which people are not so liking right now, you have Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, so many other social media sites. Again, LinkedIn is very important to show how credible your product and company is. Next slide, please. Some key principles, again, just to highlight, it is the same as online and you still have to do the same things. So you can read about that later on. It's the same as what we did before. And with that, I think you just go on to the next slide. So remember this as, you know, kind of some guideline. Who will be your customers? Why will people buy your product? Where and how people will buy your product? How will people know about your product? And how is your product compared to your competitors? You must tell the consumers. Last slide. These are things you need to do for marketing. Remember, to close today's session, understand your environment and your consumers, select your target market, do your positioning. You must develop your product features, pricing, channel decisions, and communication decisions for your product. So these are the three key steps. Okay, last slide. With that, I end today's session and await your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Anita. Maybe audience can post. We have a few more minutes before we bring in the next presenter. Maybe 1 or 2 questions, either verbally or on the chat, please. As you all already know, you can also post questions later with us, the organizers, and we will try our best to reach out back with appropriate answers. I'm pausing just to give a bit of
Any
room.
questions, everyone?
Okay. Nothing is coming up. Once again, I would like to thank Dr. Anita again for your valuable time on a Saturday morning. Thank you for joining us and for sharing those information. Thank you, Anita.
Thank you, everyone. Wish you all the best. Thank you, Mr. Anandan. Thank you, Anita. Bye-bye.
Our next speaker is Mr. Reez Nordin. Let me give a short sort of a brief introduction so that you know. Dr. Reez now is the Chief Operating Officer of Kotak Sakti. He is the co-founder of Kotak Sakti, a data analytics company. He's also a partner at Kembara Capital, an early stage venture capital. He was a venture partner at Monk's Hill Venture, sourcing emerging early stage startups across Southeast Asia. Prior to that, he invested in late stage tech companies and top VC funds globally at Khazanah National. He had stints in iPrentis and KPMG Consulting in New York City. He was the co-founder of Kayambu, an ed tech company based in Boston. Reez holds a bachelor's and a master's degree in information systems from Carnegie Mellon, as well as an MBA from MIT Sloan School of Management. Outside of work, he enjoys reading, traveling with his family, and binge watching streaming shows. With that short introduction, I would like to welcome Mr. Reez and open the floor to you. Mr. Reez, please.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Anandan. Thank you so much, everyone, for your participation today. I think you had an excellent few speakers before me. So Miss Anita just now, Dr. Anita just now shared about marketing. Assalamualaikum and very good morning to everyone of you. So hopefully today I will talk about how to bring your product or services to actual customers. So you spend a lot of time thinking about your ideas, building some prototypes, and thinking about what you want to build. So now that you've done all the hard works, so how do you actually get it to the actual customers, right? So that's the among the what you call that a crucial thing to do, because otherwise all your hard work will go to naught. All right. Okay, before we delve deeper into the conversation and the topic, I want to start today's presentation by a short, what you call that, question as an icebreaker. So what do all these people have in common? You want to share some your thoughts? There's some sportsmen, there's some artists, there's some business people. You can share the answer in the what you call that. Either you open your mic ataupun you can share it in the chat. Okay, any ideas? What do these people have in common? Come on, don't be shy. I know you're all very bright students. So you can think of one or two reasons. Oh, yes, we got one, Zaidi. Yeah, highly passionate people. Betul. It's spot on. Of course, they're very rich. Okay. Of course, most of them are rich people, are wealthy people, right? So, oh yes, definitely famous, talented. Any ideas, any other thoughts that you have? Ah, okay, that's good. Yeah. Oh, Elon Musk, my role model. Excellent. I think you're not the only one. I think there's a lot of what you call that, people who want to follow his footsteps in building what you call that multiple successful companies. Yeah, very popular. Very Mr. Crabster, very pretty. Yes, yes, yes. Some are handsome and some are pretty as well. Yes, an icon. Yes, camera. Oh, yes, another what you call it, thoughts about being rich. That's right. All right. So I mean, all the answers are right. So in order how and they are an icon, they are also rich, and most people know their faces. If not, if you don't know every single one of them, at least you know a few of them, right? So what does that mean? That means that all these people have one thing in common, which is basically they are good at marketing themselves, right? And also marketing their companies. In the case of Tony Fernandez and also Elon Musk, they are very good in marketing their product and services. AirAsia, you can fly and things like that. And of course, Taylor Swift at the top can very good in marketing her music and her as an artist, right? So all these things help to reach their audience or their fans or their customers or their clients, who will then in return buy their products and services, and also, and as a result of that, will hopefully make them rich, like some of you are saying. All right. So that's what we have in common. So hopefully in the next 20 or so minutes, then you will learn about what is marketing. I hope I'm not gonna overlap too much with Dr. Anita before me just now, and also how to get customers through the marketing funnels. Okay, there are two types of customers, B2B, in other words, business to business where you buy, let's say you have a product or services that you sell to companies instead of individuals. The other flip side is business to consumer. So you're actually selling things directly to individual users. So where you sell something on e-commerce, on Shopee, Lazada. So that's the main difference lah. Okay, and then after that, I will share two case studies about marketing and also its relevance to revenue and how to make a revenue, profit, or cash. And lastly, you can ask me anything at the end, yeah? All right, if everything's okay, everyone's okay? All right. So I don't want to delve further into my background. I think Mr. Ananda already touched about my background. So in general, so I have a bit of investment and also building companies experiences. So, and also have gone through a lot of pains and lesson learned in doing all those things. So hopefully what I will share basically the accumulated experiences and the lessons that I learned over the years lah. And hopefully it will be beneficial to you. All right, so let's start with what is the definition of marketing? I mean, just to re-emphasize, marketing is basically the process of creating and communicating and sharing the value that your product and services provide to your end client or end customers or even the society at large, right? So it's no good if you have a very good product or a very good service, but no one knows about it. So how to make people know about your product, your services, or even your skills? It's through marketing. All right. So I think Dr. Anita already mentioned about the various channels of what you call that, marketing. It could be online, could be offline, could be social media, could be TV ads and whatnot. But I think today we emphasize about how you actually, once you have a marketing campaign, so how you actually make people buy. People don't, when you see, like, for example, an ad or even have a product, even if you launch a marketing campaign, people don't just buy after seeing your ads or even after seeing your content on social media, on TikTok, on Instagram and whatnot. So it takes a while for people to be aware about your products. That's what we call lead generation. And then they will start to develop interest on your product or services after they see what you call that, multiple ads, multiple content, multiple articles, or seeing you on TV and things like that. Then they might then consider your product and services, whether it meets their needs, or even it will solve an actual problem that they have. All right. So once they have considered and then they have done a research, and then what you call that, and then they will say, okay, I think I want to buy. They want the intent of they have the intention to actually buy the actual product and services that you offer. All right. And then, of course, they will evaluate a little bit. Basically, this is where they want to compare how your product performs, the benefits, and also, of course, very importantly, also the price that you're charging for the product and services to the client or customer. And at the end, after going through all the stages, and they're convinced that your product and services can meet whatever their needs or solve their problems, then they will buy. All right. So you can see it's a multi-stage process. It's not right away that we buy things, especially new things that we haven't encountered before. This is a bit different than buying toothpaste and stuff like that. So maybe your let's say your parents or your colleagues or sisters, your brother already bought something, then you just keep buying over and over again. So it's slightly different lah. All right. So same. Okay. So now, when we talked about earlier, B2C versus B2B. So B2C is selling directly to consumer individuals like me, for example, or B2B, business to business, selling to companies. So generally speaking, doesn't matter lah, whichever way who you want to sell it to, they will go through this funnel. All right, it's like the same thing. So I think everyone will go. You need to basically push them and nudge them to go through the funnel to make the actual purchase. All right. Although the tactic, the specific thing about what you do between B2C and B2B might be slightly different, but the process is quite similar lah. All right. So again, the goal of marketing is to help people be aware of your products, to make them to create interest on your product and services so that they can consider you when when they want to buy next time, and then so they have intent to buy you next time, and then after that you want to make sure that you can convince them of your product values and benefits and also the pricing, to convince them you are the right product and service for them to buy. All right, so it's actually a process. It's not just you show an ad on what you call that, social media or TV or newspaper, online, offline. People will buy right away. So it takes a while. It's a process. Okay, so again, I think we have touched a little bit about this. So there are various methods or various activities or where marketing, where you can do your marketing. Either online, generally speaking, either online ataupun offline. When you do online, you have social media, you have search engine optimization, you have email marketing, you have content. So when you call about offline, you can advertise on billboards or newspaper. Although newspaper, not many people read nowadays, but there are still newspapers being sold out there. So it depends on what you want to target. And of course, you can organize events. You can also organize webinar or online meeting like what we're having today to educate the market, the people, the audience about what you're trying to sell. Okay. All right. So in order to get, okay, now that you have a little bit overview of what marketing is all about, okay, a short quiz. So does appearing on TV considered as marketing? It's very simple lah, this one. Okay, any answers? Any brave souls? Anyone? Yeah, that's right. Was a crapster. That's right. Are you sure? This is yes. Is it false? Is it true? All right. You are very brilliant, smart groups. That's right. The answer is very yes and very true. A TV is also can be considered also one of the channels. Although I mean, especially for example, you appear on, let's say, interviews. People want to do interviews about your product or yourself or your companies and whatnot. Even you appear on basically as advertising on TV. That's also considered marketing, right? All right, so let's move on to case studies number 1, so that you hopefully you can understand a bit more the concept of marketing and going through the funnel. All right, so just to take example of what our company. So our company is called Kotak Sakti. We are basically a data analytics services company. We provide service to help companies organize, manage, and process data, like many a lot of data sets lah. So hopefully, from once we help them to process the data, they can use the data to make decision that will improve either their revenue to make more money, or to improve their efficiency and cut costs, for example. So then they can grow their companies further. All right. Generally speaking, this is the process, the type of work that we do. So basically, we will combine many data sources into one place. For example, it can be from Excel, from spreadsheet, from websites, from social media. We can combine then all the data sets into one place. After that, we have put into in one place, then we start to clean all the data up and transform them into nice table. So that is very easy to understand and also very easy for everyone to analyze the data sets. And then after that, if you put on Excel like this and the second one, so it's very boring, right? So we need to then put it into an exciting or interactive presentation or visualization, like what we call. So either in graph format, in maps or a very interactive or video, for example, so that people can basically see the data behind it. And lastly, then we have and lastly we will analyze the data. We will create AI or machine learning models to automatically detect patterns, and also based on the patterns to recommend what to do next. All right. So simplistically speaking, these are the work that we do. All right. So we usually, when we try to sell our services, we will target the people who are open to new ideas. So in other words, innovators. All right. So because they would appreciate how we can use data better in order to improve their companies or operation. So we try whenever we go marketing, we will target these people. I think this is what Dr. Anita mentioned. We have to know who we want to sell to. So this is the people lah that we approach typically. All right. So in order to so now that we know who to talk to, then we go and meet many people around KL, for example, around Malaysia, either Malaysia, most of them Malaysia. Sometimes we talk to people in overseas as well. So as you can see, we talk to more than 100 teams and also companies in order to convert only 2 clients. Right? Oh, okay. It's a lot of work, eh? Thank you for the balloon. But it's a lot of work, but this is what you need to do, because when we first meet with them, I will share with you the basic. Okay, this is basically the flow. Remember tadi I mentioned about the workflow, right? I mean, the marketing funnel. So when we first what you call that, advertise, we put content on social media, for example, they will reach out to us. For example, hey, I'm interested to learn more about your company, what you provide. And then we go first meeting again to create awareness, and then what you call that, for them to know about ourselves, and also to consider whether or not we can meet their meet their needs or solve the problems. As you can see, we go the first meeting, and then we do sign some what you call that, some legal documents, so that we don't share what you call it, confidential or private information freely to everyone. And then we try to build something, a proof of concept, basically prototype lah. In other words, a sample of how our service or product can help them. All right, and then if they're happy with that, then we will then send a proposal for the bigger project. So this is basically during proposal. I think if you remember at the bottom of the funnel, where they will do evaluation. So we won't be the only company that will send in proposal. So they will also get proposal from other companies as well, and then they evaluate. And hopefully they like they like our proposal, and then they will award the contract. And after we have received the contract, then we will do the work, and after that we get the payment. All right. This is again this is the process that we go through in order to win clients. This is example of B2B, business to business. So if you're selling directly, you sell a product or directly to consumer, so it will be something like this, but you don't have to sign NDAs and build POCs and whatnot lah. Tapi again, so it's a journey. You have to go multiple stages to get to actual payment. All right. So what do we learn from going to the market? So I think the easiest thing to do is basically sign the legal agreement to confirm that we are not going to be sharing our information freely. So that was the easiest one. Building prototype or samples, proof of concept or MVP, minimum viable product, takes a bit of time and resources. You have to invest lah. This is part of convincing people, our client, to choose us. Right? A client also want to test you. If you never work with them, they also not sure whether this company, this person can deliver or not. So they also need to test companies like us, new companies like us. All right. So the biggest challenge is that when we do proof of concept or minimum viable products, so it's not a guarantee. So even if we have done some initial work, small work to prove that we can solve the needs and the problems. Even then, there's no guarantee that when we submit a full proposal, we will win the contract. All right, so it's a challenge for many of the, I mean, if you selling to companies, so any services or product, this is a common thing that we have to face, but it's okay. That's part of the process. So that's why you need to meet many people. Remember we met like more than 100 teams or companies. So because we wouldn't know which of the 100 will say yes, and not all 100 will say yes, right? That's why you need to have a very big marketing funnel or leads generation lah, in other words. All right, again, quiz time. Again, should be very simple. Does every client meeting turn into actual paid contracts? Okay, we got one answer. All right. Okay, very good. Okay, Fall, that's right. You are. Okay, any other? Thank you, Alisa. Thank you, Crabster, CYX, Amni, Azira. Yes, that's right. Very false. Again, so not all meetings will convert into actual contracts. So that's why you need to meet many people in order to convert them into paying clients. Same thing when you go to same thing in a business to consumer. For example, you want to sell clothing, for example, right? So you have basically a shop, for example, and you see people coming to your shops. Every day there may be like 53 people that come to your shop, but most of them are just browsing, right? They look at the hanger, the racks, they look the size, they try it on. Even they try on, after they try it on, this not all of them will decide to buy, right? So same thing. So that's why you need to to do marketing. You need to promote your product or services to as many people as possible, so that in order to and then move them and convince them throughout the marketing funnel in order to get them to buy whatever you're selling. All right, same so quite similar concept lah. All right, okay, now case study number 2. All right, so now that you have spent time, resources, money, capital, and all that stuff in order to launch marketing campaigns or multiple marketing campaigns. So how does doing marketing relate to making money? All right. Right. So in this case study, we'll try to figure out, I'll try to explain the link between marketing and actual revenue or actual money-making enterprise lah. Okay, and in this particular case, is a B2C company, B2C e-commerce company selling programmable robots. So this is basically you're targeting parents or even teenagers or even adults who want to build their own robots, their own programmable robots. They can, program themselves to do any tasks or any activities that they see fit. All right. Say on the left hand side, you can see that this company, the e-commerce company, will create online ads on social media, and then they may go conduct events or have a booth at schools to promote to students, to teachers, and also maybe parents during sports day, the PIBG meetings, and many other events at school, right? Activities at school. Or they could, at the same time, they will also make contents on TikTok and other channels on YouTube and things like that. And basically, the content can be about how to build programmable robots from scratch, for example, and maybe tips and lesson learned, what not to do, what to do, and things like that. So, and hopefully, after doing all these marketing efforts, it will convert to people buying actually thousands of robots, right, that they're selling. In this particular case, I just want to share with you, okay, let's say the marketing effort are so convincing, and they have managed from awareness to consideration to intent, and then people have already evaluated different robots out there in the market, and then they have convinced 1,000 people. At the end of it, managed to convince 1,000 people to buy these robots at $100 each. So that's generally speaking, right? So you do all the marketing efforts. At the end of the day, you want to make people to actually buy whatever you're selling. All right. So, but revenue is only one part of the problem. When people say that, oh, I sold 1,000 worth, in this case, 1,000 robots at 1,000 ringgit each. So that means that they are getting 100,000 revenues. But do they actually make money or not? Right? So not sure if they just say that how much they manage to sell for that day or for that year, for example, we wouldn't know whether they make money from the business ataupun tidak. So in order to know how much money we make, we need to subtract or take the cost from the revenues in order to know how much money and cash that we make at the end of the day, right? So what are some of the costs, right? For example, I'm sorry, okay. Before we go that, so cost could be basically, we will talk a bit more further. So cost is basically the thing that you pay in order to produce the robot just now. And of course, the revenue, you want to be able to sell the robots higher than what it costs you to make the robot. Okay, let's go each component one by one. So we talk about first thing, how much revenue do we make? So remember just now, the selling price is 100 ringgit per robot, and we managed to sell it. This company managed to sell 1,000 units. It's quite sizable, very good, very well done. So total revenue is 100,000 ringgit. All right, very simple. So 100 times 1,000 equals 100,000. All right. So let's talk about marketing, the cost. Okay. So in order to produce one single of 1,000 units of robots, there are various cost components involved to do that. So the first one is to make the actual robot. So we have to maybe pay some factory somewhere to manufacture, to fabricate the robots. Either or we actually, for example, buy some existing one cheaply, for example, or for somebody else, some other makers. So in this particular case, it will cost them about 20 ringgit per robot to build. There's also staff salaries. For example, this company hires 3 people in order to run various things like marketing, the engineering, maybe from what kind of finance, and also what you call that for training. So let's say all in all, the company has 3 people to make sure that the company can function and operate appropriately. And of course, they have to spend on marketing, like we mentioned just now. And also maybe all these the company, I mean obviously they have to rent a facility, right? For example. So in this case, they have to pay 1,000 per month for 12 months. So in total, they have to pay 12,000 ringgit for rent. So the total cost in order to sell 1,000 units for the whole year, so assuming that one year they managed to sell 100,000, there are 1,000 units of robots for the whole year. So the total cost involved in selling these units will come out to 67,000 ringgit. All right. So now that we know the revenue from before, we know the cost, then it's just simply plugging into the formula lah. So 100,000 revenue, you minus 67,000 ringgit of cost, it will be, and the company makes $33,000 for the year. Not too bad, huh? So not too bad. So $33,000, about 30%. If you divide 33,000 divided by 100,000, it's about 33% net profit margin. So that's what so this is very good. So when we all want to do our own businesses of any kind, or even we work for a company, every company wants to make profit or cash. So if your cost is more than your revenue, you will make losses, which is not what we want lah. Everybody wants to make profit, cash. Okay? So in order to make sure that we consistently make money. So how to make sure what can we do to make sure that we can make more money going forward? Taking example from this robot company lah. All right. So first thing is we can always increase the selling price from 100 ringgit to higher, 150, 120, 150, or even higher than that. And definitely we can also consider buying the robots from somewhere cheaper. Now we have to pay 20 ringgit. Maybe we can find some a place can make this and sell it to us for 16 ringgit or 15 ringgit or even cheaper. And obviously we can also avoid paying rent if we convert the 3 people that just now from working in an office to working remotely. Now that we can work online and things like that we can communicate online, maybe we can eliminate that, for example lah. So it depends on the type of company. If not everyone can work remotely, sometimes you maybe have to do mix lah. Or we call sometimes you have to come to the office, sometimes you can work anywhere at home and things like that. So it depends. So these are the things, or another one that I have not mentioned here, to reduce marketing costs as well. So maybe there's a better way or cheaper way for us to market our products, for example. So these are the ways in order to make more money by reducing our costs and also in this case increasing revenue. All right. Of course, before we conclude the case study, there's a quiz time. All right. So this time around, hopefully not too easy. We had 2 easy ones before this. This is the time when you have to do a bit more work. We have to calculate, right? Okay, we have this fictitious drone company. This is B2C company. And then I want to know how much money this drone company make at the end of the day after selling 120 drones at 100 ringgit per drone. And you have the cost of the drone itself, you have the marketing cost, you have delivery cost, you have staff cost. All right. Okay, I give you about maybe, I don't know, 5-ish minutes, 5 minutes, 11 by 11:45. Type in your answers in the chat group. All right. So this requires a bit more work, but this is very important exercise so that you know how much cost it will cost to make any product or services for your own company, for own ideas. You want to make sure that the business makes sense by producing profit or cash. All right. Take your time. No worries. All right, we have one answer. All right, we give some more time for the rest to see whether. All right. Good. All right, is it 2,600 ringgit the answer? All right, we'll wait. Give some other people a few more minutes to work out the answers. Very good. We have very smart participants today. Within 1 minute, they figure out the profit already. All right, David. All right. Seems that everyone get a similar number. Are you sure that's the number? Or there's some trick in the quiz. All right. Oh, we get a different number. Yeah, a higher number. All right. Okay. Do you think leaching is right? She's the contrarian. All right, few more minutes. It's okay. No rush. Anyone wants to revisit your numbers? There's still a chance. It's still time. All right, maybe 1 or 2 more minutes before we reveal the answer. All right. Oh, limitless. Thanks for the breakdown, Lim. All right. So leaching. Are you calculating the cost or the revenue or the profits? All right. Almost. All right. Okay. Okay. The answer is for the drone company that sells 120 units at 100 ringgit per drone with all these various costs to make them. Oops. Yes, 2,600 ringgit. Yes. There was one answer just now. Congratulations to everyone that managed to get the right answer. So yes, well done, well done. So it means that you understand the concept, the basic concept. So there was this one comment that say that the profit is kind of low. Yes, it is kind of, it can be considered as low. So that's hence what are the ways that we can consider to increase the revenue. Sorry, to increase the profit. So maybe the staff cost, reduce staff cost, maybe the cost of making the drone, what you call that, to lower it, and maybe to increase the selling price that as we discussed just now, right? So now at least you know the various things you can do in order to increase your profit, or revenue for that matter, in order, right? I think great. I think that's it for me today. So hopefully you have learned a little bit about marketing and also the link between marketing and also profit and cost and things like that. So any other questions, any burning questions that you might have, or you need clarification, feel free to ask. Don't be shy.
Any questions, please put on the chat or ask verbally.
Yes, don't be shy. If you want to, oh, so we can explain in general what is case study. Oh, okay, there's one question. Case study in general is an example for the topic that we are talking about. For example, just now we talk about marketing and also the marketing funnel. So what the case study number one just now, we talked about how our company, Kotak, do our marketing in order to convert client to actual potential client to actual contract. So that's what case study means. Case study means just simplistically speaking, examples. Right? How you apply the knowledge to a specific situation. Hopefully that answers your question.
Okay. Anyhow, audiences can post questions to us later if you have any, or after you go through the material again. We'll try our best to give you a link to look at the recording of this workshop as well.
Yes, and then everyone can also connect me on LinkedIn if you want to ask questions or any other things lah.
Okay. Once again, I think I want to thank Rizwan. Thank you so much. If I'm not mistaken, were you with us last year?
Yes, I was with you. Yes, that's right.
Yeah, I remember. I think now. Thanks. Thank you very much as well.
No problem. I think I enjoy this sharing knowledge. It's very to the next generation is always good.
Thank you very much. Okay. Okay. Let me move on. We are waiting for our next presenter or next speaker. Okay. Mr. Edmond. Yup. He hasn't come in yet because his session is supposed to start at 12. He hasn't joined in yet. Meanwhile, so we have about another 10 minutes. If there are some queries or general information anybody would like to know, you can post it or ask me directly, verbally. I'd be happy to answer if I can, or at least put you through to the sources that can give you proper answers. Okay. Let me see here. Don't see anything on the chat. All right. Okay. I will just give you a. Edmond is here.
Oh,
okay.
Hi.
Hi. Okay,
Hello,
good.
Anand.
Hi.
Thanks for having me.
Edmond? Yes. Let me introduce you formally to all our students and participants as well.
Oh, cool.
Okay, I have a text to read out. So
Oh, really?
hang on.
Very
A
cool.
bit.
Yeah. Sure, sure.
Okay. This is Mr. Edmond Yap. He's the co-founder of Tupai.ai. Mr. Edmond is passionate about education and the results it brings to people and their communities. He's an entrepreneur with 2 prior startups that attempted to help people in their journey through education. He's idealistic and romantic about this view that we can make the world a better place. He's a reluctant leader forced to step up to the plate because of the many social injustices he has seen. Today, he leads Tupai.ai, where they are building a fully autonomous AI teacher, I think starting with maths. With that short introduction, I leave the floor to you, Edmond.
Oh, wow, we're early.
Yeah, we're slightly early.
Oh, fantastic. Oh, lucky. Someone told me to come earlier just now. Oh, fantastic. Thank you so much for that introduction, Mr. Nandan. Oh, hi everyone. I can't see everybody's face, so I'm just gonna assume that you're happy to see me. I'm Edmond, and the entire reason I'm here is because I was told that there's a group of students who actually want to, at some point, start a business. So that's why I'm here now. Okay. I'm going to, I'm supposed to talk about business case studies, but, I think here's how I'm going to do it. Actually, I'm going to talk about business case studies based on what you want to do, right? And what you want to achieve and what you want to accomplish. Now, actually, can everyone actually type on the chat box? Does the chat box actually work? It does.
Yes.
Okay, so for those of you who can type on the chat box, I'd like you to just say, hello to everyone in this room. Just make that chat box busy. Don't keep it empty. Since I can't see your face, right? It'll be nice. Oh, fantastic. Juntat, hello. Everybody say hello. Freywin, okay, fantastic. If you can't see your face, this is the next best thing. It's like testing with you. Ha, fantastic. Okay, now I know there's someone in the room. Okay. So I'm going to walk you through this crazy journey we've been through, right? And just to give you a little bit of a background as to what has happened and what I've done. So I was a civil engineer. So I graduated way back in 2002. I was an engineer for 5 years, and as an engineer, I saw some really crazy things. I saw, so one day, right, I was in the construction site. I think I was an intern back then. I was in this construction site somewhere in Cyberjaya. And so there's, the construction sites are really busy, right? It's like really loud, really busy, lots of knocking, lots of hacking, lots of people talking. And then suddenly it was quiet. Nothing. You could, at that moment, hear a pin drop. And I was like, what happened? What's going on? And then you see a mass of people running up the hill. Masses of people, they're just running, right? They've dropped everything, they're running up the hill. A car came round the corner and a man came out with a parang. Came out of the car straight and he had a parang. Like, what is going on? And then a police car came. And it turns out they were doing this raid on foreign workers, and these were illegal workers, and so I saw firsthand, I think, the dark underbelly of Malaysia. And I think a lot of you are protected from such things, right? Because you're in school, right? But the funny thing is, in my first job, I was exposed to the dark underbelly of Malaysia. I saw how our foreign workers are horribly treated in Malaysia. Foreign workers actually try not to go outside because they're afraid that the authorities would extort money from them, right? So things like that. And it was very upsetting for me to see. Then later on in my career, I realized that there was so much corruption. Oh my gosh. So, I know you guys know things like 1MDB and all those things that has happened. And so, so when 1MDB happened, I wasn't surprised because, well, I've seen it as an engineer, right? People were corrupted. People were bribing each other up, down, left, right. Every single contract that my boss has ever gotten is based on corruption. And so as I was working as an engineer, I felt that something was wrong. Why is this happening? Is this the Malaysia that I love? And again, just a few years before, I had no idea that all these things were happening. I was like you, in school. Actually, and all of you are in school, right? Say yes or no in the comments. And what form you're in. Okay, so all of you are in school. And so I didn't know. And so I was in shock when I started working, right? And this is not, by the way, this is not everybody's experience, yeah? This is, I think, only some people's experiences, and it turned out to be my experience. So, and I wondered, is this going to be the next 30, 40, 50 years of my life? Am I going to take part in all this crap that's going on? And so so what happened is I was really hardworking in the first few years as an engineer. And then I became the worst employee in the world. I see no reason in working hard. I got to the office. I'm supposed to go to the office by 9 and got to the office at 10, go on Facebook. By the time I'm done with Facebook, I went for lunch. And so, I had an existential crisis. Why? And then, as I was trying to find meaning in what I was trying to do, so I went to this orphanage in PJ. It was behind the Assunta Hospital in Plading Jaya. So those of you who are local here in KL, PJ, you probably know where that is. And I met this kid. His name is John, right? John was Form 3. This was, I don't know, in 2005, I think. So John was in Form 3, and he was, so I was there to tutor these kids in math. So I met John. We sat down, and he was having trouble with Form 3 math. So he's asking me some questions on fractions and how to do this. So asking me Form 3 questions, right? So I was trying to explain to him. He doesn't understand. I asked him questions he can't answer. And I kept trying to ask him simpler and simpler questions, and he still can't answer me. And I was like, and by the way, this is 2 months before his major exams, right? Last time Form 3, you had something called PMR, major exams, right? And it determined what stream you went, whether it was science or arts, and what you did for SPM later. So it was a big exam. It was 2 months before that. And he just doesn't understand whatever I'm trying to teach him. So I was like, what does John actually know? I mean, I don't know. What does he actually know? So I asked John the most basic question on fractions. I asked John, what is half plus half? And he thought about it for a while. And he looked at me and he said, 1/4. This was a 15-year-old. Can you imagine what your life would be right now if you couldn't do half plus half? Right? What do you think your life would be like? Write it down in the comments, right? If you didn't know half plus half today, what would school be like for you? Go ahead and write that down. How would you struggle? How would you feel? What would your future be like? CYX. I would skip school every day. I would see why, right? Because you would go to school every day, not understand anything a teacher would say. You'd fail all your exams. Why are you still in school? Okay. Thanks, CYX. And that, my friends, began my journey in entrepreneurship and why I started a nonprofit. So what happened was, after I met John, I went on this journey of personal development and improvement. I was sick and tired of my life. I knew Malaysia could be a better place. I knew we had to do something, but I had no ability, no skill to pull that off. So I read every book I could on personal development. If you'd find me in the bookstore, I'd be in the self-help section trying to learn new things. And the interesting thing is, 2 years after I met John, so I met John in 2005. In about 2007, end of 2007, I left engineering. I gathered the courage to do it because, again, I developed my sense of self and I developed my positive self-talk. So I left engineering and I went to a place called Dale Carnegie. Dale Carnegie, if he's a very famous author who wrote How to Win Friends and Influence People. And it was a education and training company. So I left engineering to join an education company. A year after that, I started a corporate training company. And we taught people how to do public speaking. That was my first ever business. But the exciting part happened, I think, 3 years after that, when I finally got to start a organization called EduNation. And EduNation, since I left 6 years ago, 5 years ago, it's been renamed to SPM Flix. So for those of you who don't know SPM Flix, please go onto it. SPM FLIX, like Netflix, but SPM, not the same thing. Not as entertaining. But spmflix.com, you'd be able to go there, and there's more than 6,000 videos on all core subjects, and free for you. You just need to register, and everything's there. So in the 6 years, more than 6 years I was there, we made more than 6,000 videos on all core subjects: physics, chemistry, biology, science, in 4 languages, right? In English, Malay, Tamil, Mandarin, right? And you can access that today, right? And I hope that's helpful for you. So it's the work that we did back then. And the entire reason why, when we started it, I knew we had to keep it, in this case, a non-profit, right? Was because I was trying to help a kid like John. John can't pay for anything. I mean, he's an orphan living in a pretty rundown orphanage. He has no money whatsoever, right? And, chances are the home doesn't have very much either. So I started a non-profit. But the question is, okay, if I'm starting a non-profit, I mean, I've got rent to pay. I've got phone bills to pay. I've got, back then, back then I have a girlfriend. We got to go out. How? Right? And where am I going to get the money? And so what happened was we got the idea to actually approach colleges and tell them, okay, because colleges spend a lot of money on marketing, right? And what do? They spend money on big billboards on the highway, right? And those billboards cost a lot of money, guys. I mean, you're talking about $500,000, right? Or 300,000 a month, right? It's an insane amount of money, right? So, I approached colleges, and my pitch to them was this: why spend so much money on the billboard on the highway when, and honestly, what does the billboard do besides get eyeballs? So my pitch to colleges was, instead of spending money on the billboard on the highway, spend that money on us. And what we do is we'll get you the holy grail, the most important thing when it comes to marketing. We will build you an emotional connection to the students, like you, right? To the students who use the platform, and they will then thank you for giving them all these free resources. So imagine this, okay? Let's say you're Form 5, you're going to choose to go to a college, right? And you have these 2 options, right? They're similar, right? It's the same courses. It seems pretty good. And when it comes time to choose, would you choose a college that has been helping you for 11 years in school, giving you unlimited learning materials, helping you get A's, helping you to do well in school, helping your parents be happy with you? Or would you join a college that has never done anything for you in your life, right? One has helped you for 11 years. The other has never done anything for you. Which would you join? Write down in the comment, which would you join? Option A, a college that has helped you for 11 years, or option B, a college that has never done anything for you in life? Go ahead, write down in the comments, A or B. And so we were successful in that. And so we pitched, and we got a college to, at the later stages of what we were doing, they were giving us more than R1 million per year to do this. And so with that, by the time I left, they've donated close to, they've paid us close to 10 million ringgit. So we used all that money to create all these free materials that you can see in SPM Flix. Right? So that was the nonprofit, but something bad happened along the way. And it doesn't happen to every nonprofit, right? So what happens is the problem with Edunation, I mean SPM Flix now, is that it helps students who are better at school. So here's the problem, right? A student that's really weak in math, right? The problem with that is that if they come to our platform and watch a current video of what they're learning today from their teacher, they won't understand, right? Because their math is so weak, right? And no matter how much explaining you do on that specific particular concept, the student just won't get it because, again, they're missing some fundamental idea and concept, right? So we only help students who are a little bit better in school. The weaker students like John, right? We actually didn't end up helping, you know. And again, we started that thing because of John. So as we were running that free online thing, I was trying to run 2 pilot programs. The idea here is, can we have free tuition in every public school in Malaysia? Right? So this is free tuition online. Watch it yourselves. Problem is, it doesn't help the weaker students. Can we have free tuition in every public school in Malaysia? And to do it without breaking the bank, because there's 10,000 schools in Malaysia. Even if we hire 1 teacher in 10,000 schools, actually, how much would that cost? Okay, someone take out a calculator, type in 10,000 schools, let's say times 8,000 ringgit times 12 months. Tell me what that figure is. So 10,000 schools times 8,000 ringgit times 12 months. Please type in an answer. Sorry, did you say $1 billion? Lucas, are you sure you got that right? I don't know. I don't have a calculator with me. Actually, I think you might be right. I'm just kidding. I'm not questioning you, Lucas. I'm just pulling your leg. $1 billion ringgit. 1 billion ringgit. Okay. I'm sorry, I can't afford 1 billion ringgit. Can you? Okay, so obviously, we can't give free tuition to every public school in Malaysia the way people usually do it. So how? So we ran this pilot program, and we got kids to stay back after school to help each other in math. No teachers involved, right? I mean, we had a structured program, but the structured program is run by students themselves. No teachers involved. We got kids to stay back after school. So we did this pilot in 2 schools in Klang. One school had 30 students. The other school had 20. These students, on average, were getting Fs. So you take the average of all these 50 kids, right? The average result is F. Or, you know, now you call it G, right? And what happened was 7 months later, right, after staying back in school once a week, their results improved from an average of F to an average of B. No teachers involved. I don't have to spend 1 billion ringgit. Students, you could yourselves improve the outcomes and the results of the students in your school. You could do it. You don't need teachers. I mean, of course, we need teachers, but not in this sense. You could absolutely change the outcome and the results of your entire school by you and your friends coming together, helping each other, and whoever else needs help. Imagine that, right? Imagine you could bring a group of students from G to B. We've proven that it can happen. So we were running that pilot program, and then it was cancelled. And this is partially my fault because I didn't communicate well enough with our major funder, but it was cancelled. The entire pilot program that got kids from from F to B, poof. And so right after that, I realized, okay, so this company is no longer the vehicle we could use to help the millions of kids, students in Malaysia. So I left. I kicked myself out of the company I founded. And I tried to start a school. And the purpose of the school is, and so this was going to be such a awesome school, right? Because there is no subjects. So it's not like you have 1 hour science and 1 hour math and 1 hour language. No. In fact, the entire time a student goes to this school, they do real world projects. I'll give you an example. The project is go clean the river behind the school. It's horrible, dirty, stinky, you know, full of horrible stuff. And so, you know, students would learn math because they'll have to learn about, you know, how to calculate flow, volume, you know, they learn biology because they have to learn about microorganisms in the river and why it makes people sick. They will learn geography because, you know, where does the river come from? They'll learn history. Well, what did other countries do? What other people do in the past to keep their rivers clean? They would learn language because then they'd have to prepare a proposal and present it to us and talk about it. So you'd learn all your subjects by doing cool and fun stuff. That would ultimately lead to a actual real world positive change. So that was going to be a school we were going to start. Long story short, we actually got a yes from a major investor for 5.5 million. They said yes. Problem is the minor investor couldn't agree with terms, and what happened was after 8 months of negotiation, that school didn't happen. And so what now? So the school was going to be a for-profit school, but how we were going to structure it in a way that would create change in our education system was, so we're charging families that can afford it to come to school. But the school is open to any public school teacher or administrator to come and have a look at what we're trying to do, right? So the students will all take either GCSE or SPM, but right, it's open to every educator. So teachers can come, they can stay with us for a week, 2 weeks, a month, see what we do. And the purpose of that is to inspire teachers, educators that, look, there is a different way of doing things. Imagine if that's happening in your school right now, in your classroom right now. You know, every day you're doing cool and fun things, like real world projects. And they're no longer sitting on a chair just listening to a teacher lecture, right? And we know that's possible. But that school didn't happen, right? Because of funding issues. So I went on to start a marketing agency. Purposely designed to help purpose-driven businesses and social enterprises and people who want to make the world a better place. And the reason why I started that is because, and here's the crazy thing, usually people say, you need a lot of experience to start a business. No, I started the business with no experience. I didn't know anything. I actually, one of the reasons I wanted to do marketing is because I knew how important this was for any business, right? And true enough, today when running Tupai, the experience I got when running that agency was it's so valuable. It informs of all our strategies going forward. So what happened was, and how I went from engineer to trainer to a social entrepreneur to this marketing agency is, and I think this is a valuable lesson for you as well, because how I started this marketing agency was by knowing I needed to learn the skill. So I went to learn the skill. So the first thing I learned was Facebook marketing, right? And, you know, in extension, Instagram marketing as well. So digital ads. So I got a subscription in Udemy. I watched this entire course of 120 videos. I did it all in 1 week, right? The week after that, I went up to a friend and said, hey, do you need help with digital marketing? She said, yes. And so I charged her money. And I got her returns on investment. So you see, you don't need a lot to start a business. You need the knowledge and skill to do something. you need to sell it to someone. You could literally watch a bunch of videos today, sell your skill to someone, and literally you would have a business in just a few weeks. It's not that difficult, really. Well, I mean, of course, you know, in the beginning, you won't be earning very much because you don't have a reputation yet. You struggle to get clients, but you'll survive. Right. So, okay, so we did that. The agency was called Pew Pew. You know, we closed it down already because right after that, in March of last year, I couldn't sleep because I realized that, holy moly, ChatGPT is amazing. I mean, how many of you think that ChatGPT is amazing? Please say yes in the chat. Or how many, you know, better still, how many of you are using it to finish your homework? Please say yes. Come on, we know you're all doing it anyway. And teachers are like, wow, you know, this is fantastic work. Yay, hey. So I couldn't sleep, right? Mr. Crabster. Thank you for being honest. I love you guys. Okay, so ChatGPT, so impressive. I couldn't sleep because I knew this is the technology we were waiting for in order to scale help to every child in Malaysia. Now, imagine this, right? So Tupai is an AI teacher. We're starting with math, but in the future we do other things as well. We're starting with math because it's the most difficult engineering challenge there is, because large language models like ChatGPT are not good at math. I mean, how many of you have tried to ask it math questions and it gave you a wrong answer? You know, say yes or no in the chat, right? And the official statistic is it gets math wrong 25% of the time, right? Which is a problem because if you're trying to learn math and it's trying to teach you something wrong and you're like trying to learn the wrong thing, but then, yeah, so you can't trust it, right? Yes, there's more than ChatGPT. Those are math engines, but they're not a teaching platform. They're more of a Q&A. So you ask it a question, it solves it for you. It gives you step by step. But that's not a large language model. That's not a conversation. So what we are trying to build at Tupai, right, is a system that feels like a personal private tutor is sitting right next to you, right? So and so this tutor, for example, if you sit next to your tutor, right, the tutor will be like, hey, how are you? How are you doing? Blah, blah. And you're like, hey, no, I'm okay. And the tutor will go like, look, you know, last week you did this. Should we try to do this week? Right? So the tutor will give a recommendation. You will try. The tutor will look at it to see what you're struggling with, try to help you with examples. And if you're really, really struggling, right, you'd be like, wait, let's find out why you're struggling and try to do maybe a previous topic last time to see why you're struggling with something. So this entire process, right, is something that the math platforms out there today, like Mathway, for example, it can't do, right? There's no tracking. It really doesn't behave like a personal tutor that's sitting right next to you, a teacher that's sitting right next to you. It behaves like a question and answer robot, right? So Tupai is a personal private tutor that talks with you, asks you about your day, who then guides you through learning, find out what you're weak at, try to cover those gaps. It will prepare you for exams. You can do a lot of practice. It will give you past year exam papers and guided past year exams. Right? It's not like you are just doing and seeing the result at the end. You're doing, if you get it wrong, it tries to give you step-by-step solutions, all that. So Tupai is launching in September, and Tupai is a for-profit, right? And we're hoping to charge 80 ringgit when it launches, 20 ringgit early on, but 80 ringgit when it launches. But here's the thing, right? The entire reason why we built this was because now I need money to run my nonprofit, right? And I knew because of my previous experience of losing my company, I needed my own money. So what we're doing here is we are building Tupai and launching Tupai as a way to actually make a lot of money so that we can deploy that money any way we see fit. So that no big investor can tell us to pull away funding because we are making our own money. So we're taking this money And we're setting up a nonprofit, right? A couple of years from now, to go back to do the peer-to-peer tutoring. So imagine this, free tuition in every public school in Malaysia, powered by you. You are not just helping other kids, you're helping yourself when you tutor, right? Not only are you improving your results, you're improving your friends' results, your school's results, and it's free. And if students still have any problems or issues, even after peer-to-peer tutoring, and remember the peer tutoring we did, right, was not A students helping G students. No, it's not A students helping D students. These were D, E, G students helping each other, and they all went to a B. Can you imagine that? It's not, you don't have to be smart to help another kid. You don't have to be great at math to help another kid. You could, through that process of trying to help another kid, get much better at math. So imagine this, free tuition in all public schools in Malaysia. That's the nonprofit. And then the for-profit is Tupai, right? So that in this entire ecosystem, no one can tell us that we can't do something. We can do it ourselves. And so I know I'm supposed to give you case studies on the kind of businesses you can start. I hope I've given you some case studies. So let me backtrack a bit before I get into questions, right? So how many of you here, I know, okay, actually, can you guys tell me what form you guys are at right now? You know, form 3, form 4, form 5. Can you just write it down on the chat box so I know what to say? Okay, form 4, form 3. Wow, you are 444 years old. No, sorry, that's plus 7. Oh, fantastic. You have a uni student here. Oh, fantastic. And I know as students, it's sometimes hard to think about starting a business because you're so busy with exams and everything that you're doing. But how many of you, thanks the researchers, I knew you were not that old. How many of you actually, you know, would fancy or would like the idea of starting a business? You know, write it down in the chat. And if you do, I have the biggest tip for you. You know how it is hard to get business ideas? I mean, how many of you agree, right? Tell me if you think it's hard to get business ideas. You have no idea what business to start. It's pretty hard. I have the best tip for you that would change everything. I remember me and my friends were sitting in the mama and we were all looking at each other, you know, teh tarik finished already. We're like, do we really want to order another teh tarik? And we were talking to each other and we were asking, I want to start a business, but what? So that time we were engineers, right? I want to start a business, but what? None of us had any ideas. We're like, cafe, restaurant, cafe. And we had no ideas, you know. And you know why? Because back then, we were trying to start a business for ourselves. I wanted to stop working for someone else. And so I wanted to start a business for myself. And that's the biggest problem. That's the reason why there are no ideas, because I'm trying to start something for myself. So the biggest change happened when I met a kid like John. And I'm like, I need to start something to help kids like John. Right? So instead of thinking about starting a business for myself, I was trying to start something for someone else. And so that's the first question that you should ask yourself. If you want to start, I don't care what it is, right? A nonprofit, or charity or a for-profit or whatever. The question is, who do you want to help? Who do you want to help? Look, if you want to help yourself, fine, great. I'm sorry, there's very few ideas. If you're trying to help someone else, you would find that this person has so many things that he doesn't have. He doesn't have this, she doesn't have that, she's having problems with that, she's struggling with this. And with all that struggles and problems, those, my friends, are your business ideas. The things that the people you are trying to help the things that they are struggling with or lack or don't have, or they're all things you could do. Right? And if you struggle to know where to start a business or how to start an organization, and I'm sure you guys will struggle now because most of you are students, the easiest way to do this is to look for people who have started something themselves. Somebody who started a nonprofit, somebody who started a startup, a business, or anything. It doesn't matter. Go and sit down and talk to them. Say, how did you get started? And after meeting a few of them, or 5 of them, or you have a pretty good idea of how you can get started, and what to watch out for, what sort of problems. You would probably fail in your first business or 2, or because there's a lot of wisdom that's needed in running a business. And so you would probably fail, but don't worry, because in the process of becoming and being an entrepreneur, you would gain so much knowledge and skills. By the way, you learn more. I think you learn in 1 year more than the entirety of your entire school experience, right? You have so much experience and ideas and knowledge and skills that you are infinitely employable by anyone. Anyone who sees that you are an entrepreneur that is no longer an entrepreneur, you are very employable, because it shows that you have a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of skill, a lot of grit, right? Now, and so first is to start a business, whatever structured business you want. Number 1, who do you want to help? Number 2, go and look for people who have done it before. They will show you how to get started in that journey of yours. And okay, right. I think my time is up. Thank you for the extra 10 minutes, Mr. Anand. I think we'll take any questions.
Thank you, Edmond. I'm sure everybody can see you're passionate in helping.
And a little bit strange, I think, I'm afraid.
No, I'm sure quite a lot can relate and want to come out and do a business to help people.
Awesome. Thank you for having me. I know I have another 10 minutes or something, right, to take questions, if that's
yes.
correct.
We have about 10 minutes. Participants, the floor is open. You can ask any questions directly to Edmond or on the chat.
So if you want to ask questions directly, just turn on your video camera. I don't care if your hair is messy, or type in the chat. So who is the first question? Would we go bankrupt if the business fails? No. Very good question. That was the stupidest advice I've ever gotten. And it came from my own father. He is so afraid that he'd lose money, he'd bankrupt. But here's the thing, right? No, I was never at any point in this in danger of going bankrupt. You know why? Because if you're going to start a bigger business, you start a Sendirian Berhad, right? A private limited company, the directors are not liable for business losses. Of course, you shouldn't lose money because you're losing someone's money. And in this case, it's probably your investor's money. So probably don't lose the money. But even if you lost all that money, right, no one could go after you. Huh? The banks can't. Because you're protected by, and there's a reason for this, because governments all around the world, they want to encourage entrepreneurship because entrepreneurship creates opportunities and jobs for other people. And so there is some form of protection for people who start a business. Now, if you're running a smaller business, then, like if you're running a digital marketing agency, how are you going to go bankrupt? How? It's not like you owe, who can you owe that much money to? No one. So if you run a small business, you can get away with an enterprise. And enterprise is, I mean, super easy to set up, right? I don't know what the age limit is, but there's a chance that even you might be able to set up enterprise. You just go to SSM after, I don't know, 100 ringgit, 200 ringgit, something. You literally have an enterprise and you're literally a business owner. A Sendirian Berhad is much more involved. You need to do audits. The costs are significantly more. I think the start itself is already thousands, and then audit is thousands every year, and but you only do a Sendirian Berhad when you have a sizable business, and you have a danger of actually losing a lot of money, right? And so you start a Sendirian Berhad, and so bank loans is the culprit, right? Whatever you do, don't simply take out a bank loan because they will ask you for personal collateral, right? They ask you to be personally responsible for the money instead of the company uses Sendirian Berhad. In such a situation, well, unless you're fairly certain that there's money coming in or something, just don't do that lah. So no, I mean, honestly, I was never in any point. Of course, I was in danger of running out of money, and often, I wonder, oh my God, what am I going to do? There's no money, But again, as an entrepreneur, right, you are infinitely employable. If you really do run out of options and you have to close the business, you will struggle and suffer for a while, but you're infinitely employable. So money should not be the issue. Second question. I hope I answered that, CYX. Second question. That's a good question, by the way. Let's see if anyone beats that.
Come on, guys. I'm sure there's something in your head.
Second question. There's a banana in the room. Lester, it's your fault for putting a banana there. Do you have a question? Because the banana is raising his hand. You see that? I don't know whether you guys are seeing the same screen as I am, but that banana, his eyes are very big. The hands has risen up. Maybe the banana has gone to the toilet and is not with us. After this, Lester will be changing his icon. Let's see who else is here.
Edmond, in case any of these participants or students want to get in touch with you, how can they do that?
Okay, you could send me an email at Edmond, EDMON, well, let me type it here, Edmond, EDMOND at Tupai.ai. Okay, or if you want to know what we are up to with Tupai, you can actually go to this website called Tupai.ai right now. And just leave your contact details. We'll tell you when things happen. We'll keep you updated. And if we have like major discounts or we're giving away free accounts, we do it at that website, Tupai.ai. You could go to my LinkedIn. LinkedIn, I know nobody has LinkedIn lah. But you could search for me lah. Search for that. You'll be able to find my social media accounts. And they're there. Right. It seems that I have answered every question that's possible to answer. Oh, there you go. Very good question. I like your name as well. Limitless. So it's limitless or limitless? Anyway, I'm just kidding. Okay. Credibility. Number one. Okay. It was significantly easier. Okay, so when I was trying to raise money for EduNation back then, it took me 18 months to get my first funder. 18 months, a year and a half of really struggling and knocking on doors. I remember this woman bursting in the door. I was trying to meet up with her to fund EduNation back then. She burst in through the door, looked at me and said, "What do you want?" And all sorts of crazy things, right? So it took me a long time to raise money for EduNation. But after I did EduNation, for many years, people know that I'm serious with this problem and that it's something we want to solve. We've built some very deep relationships and connections. And so when it came time to raise money for Tupai, right, I got it done within 2 months. Right, so difference is 18 months and 2 months because people know I'm serious. So credibility is the most important to get people interested in supporting you in your business. Now, if your question is on how to get customers, Limitless, it's wow, that's a totally different rabbit hole to go down, and I don't think I'm going to cover that today. Hope I answered that, Limitless.
I think, Edmond, due to time, probably we'll wrap it up.
Yeah.
Once again, I want to say a big thank you.
Thank you for having me. I had a lot of fun. I hope you guys saw that I had fun. Oh, wait. What's this? Lucas. Lucas is the last minute, right? You know, everybody want to go out of the house already. It's like, wait, I go toilet first. Okay. What is the one piece of advice you wish someone had given you before you started your entrepreneurship?
Or more like, what would you give?
Yeah. Wow. These questions are getting better and better. You guys just need warming up. I think it's be kind to myself. Yeah, I think it's be kind to myself. I mean, so honestly, there's a lot of things that we won't like about ourselves when we look at the mirror. And I don't mean just the physical appearance thing. If we stare at the mirror long enough and look at ourselves, there's just so much. There's so many things, there's so many inadequacies, so many things we can't do, so many things we're not capable of, so many things we don't like about ourselves. And it's tough. And here's the reality, right? What we think about ourselves and what other people think of us are actually totally different things. If we ask other people about ourselves, right, they would say much kinder things to us than the things we say to ourselves, right? Your friends would tell you, you are beautiful, you are smart, you are capable, you are kind. Whereas when you look in the mirror, you're like, I can't really do very much. I'm not very smart. I'm not very beautiful, right? And that's very normal. And I think I just wish that I had been kinder to myself in this journey because, by the way, there's a lot of failures, right, in this journey. But it's required because we don't have enough wisdom. And because we don't have enough wisdom, we fail, right? But as we fail, we gain more wisdom. And that brings us to a point where finally we're capable enough. So in that journey, be kind to yourself, you know, and I wish that was the advice that I got last time. Yeah.
Thank you.
We're out of time, guys. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you so much.
See you guys. All the best.
Thanks, Edmond.
All right. Take care.
Okay.
You.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Let's move on. Okay. Our next presenter is our Chief Judge, Mr. Edwin Raj. Okay. He is the Chief Judge of YTC. Let me give a small, maybe not so small, give a bit of an introduction to him, and then we'll invite him on. Okay. Mr. Edwin is an entrepreneur with a passion for community development and business innovation. He pursued BSc in Mechanical Engineering from Universiti Tun Hussein, Malaysia. His engineering background provided him with a solid foundation in problem solving and analytical skills. While in uni, he became the president of Youth MC, an NGO dedicated to empowering young minds through education and community engagement. Through this NGO, he and his team organize impactful events such as science fairs and campus life activities aimed at fostering creativity and learning among school children and students. Immediately after graduation, he ventured into corporate world, serving MNCs and later in roles at the Prime Minister's Department. This experience broadened his perspective on governance and public policy. Despite a promising career path, he made a pivotal decision to return to his hometown to support his family. He took over the management of his father's small sundry shop, starting from humble beginnings. This is where he transitioned into entrepreneurship. Over time, through dedication and strategic vision, he transformed the small sundry shop into a thriving mini market. This journey taught him invaluable lessons in business management, customer relations, and adaptation to market dynamics. Let me invite Edwin and hand over the floor to you, Edwin.
Hello, hi everyone. Thank you so much, sir, for a very humble introduction for me.
No, I'm more than happy to introduce you in the most elaborate way I can.
Thank you, sir. Hi students, hi everyone. My name is Edwin. I want said you all can hear me? Is it clear, sir? Is the because it's a bit dark over here. I'm actually in a seminar right now.
Okay.
Yeah,
no, we
so
can see you. We can hear you out loud.
Okay. So yeah, I'm glad to be part of this YTC. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm the chief judge. I'll be chief judge for the last two YTC, and this is my third year with this team. I'm part with ASTI for the past 17 years since the beginning of science fair. During my college years and up to now, I'm an entrepreneur now. I own 7 business portfolios. Even today, I'm actually in a seminar presenting about financial mechanism. So I'm very glad to actually assist all of y'all today on the perspective of how the judging process is going to take place, how we're going to be a what do you call in your future entrepreneur journey, how we can be your first level of your investors. All right, so I think we can go for the slides. Maybe I can actually explain how we're looking at the judging process that's going to take place. Am I going to share the slide or how, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, I'm not sure. Are the slides with Anita?
Yeah, I do have the slides.
Okay, fine. Go ahead.
Y'all can see the slide?
Yep.
Okay. So I'm going to guide you all to prepare a business pitch. What are the important criteria that actually we as the judges will be looking at? Okay, so what is a business pitch? So on the event, you will have to do a business pitch to all the judges. I've actually went through most of your what do you call your paperwork, and it has been great. Those who have chosen, I think you guys have really made it because you are one of the ones actually part of a lot of paperwork that we went through. So congratulations to all of y'all. So a business pitch is where you all have to present whatever you all written on your document. So what we are looking at is actually a very short and precise presentation. It can be done by one person from your team who's a team leader, or probably you guys can take turns and in presenting as well. So but I would prefer if you can have a leader who understands the whole mechanism and does the presentation first. Then after that, maybe the question and answer, you can actually give it to the team. So, but it still depends on you guys. There's no what do you call a structured way to do it. So I still leave it to you guys. And also the goal of this business space is just generally to secure resources and also funding necessary to implement the business plan. So the most, what are we looking at is actually convincing us. Don't look at us as judges, look at us as investors. How are we going to throw in the money that we have into your business so that we can make money? So that is how an investor will look at any business pitch. So there is no we do not look at the personality of the person or how the person is and so on. The only thing that we look at is actually on the business all alone. So always remember that you are actually requesting somebody to throw in their money. So it is very, very important to convince them that your business works. Okay, that's the first important thing. So so like what it's written here, that your idea is good and is different from the rest. That's very important thing. That people want to pay for your product or your service. So, and they'll make money if they invest in your business. So, like what I said before. So, these are three important criteria that any judges or judges or the investors will look at. Okay, so please make sure that you always remember this when you're doing your business pitch. Okay, so the do and don'ts in a pitch. All right. The most important thing is actually to tell a story. Okay. Like whenever you engage in a business, it actually will correlate back because you're actually solving a problem. So if a business is not about making money or it's not about selling all alone, you're actually solving something. All right. Be it their time or be it the service that you're going to provide. So you are actually solving something. So it is important that you actually tell a story that you excite the judges in order to invest in your product. Okay, so that will be the first thing. Second, if you're using any slide, please limit each slide to express one particular idea. So you want to keep your audience actually very focused on you. So do not have so many words. Just try to have a very limited slides. Just when you explain, you must explain it in a way that you can get them bored, right? So limit the number of slides. That's second point. The third one, you must make your first great impression. The first minute is very important and the first impression is extremely powerful. So when you're explaining about your idea, like what I said before, when you're telling your story, that particular story should be very engaging, that you actually can get them focused on your product. So, so make sure that your first mini presentation is extremely important, and try to work on that part. Try to work among your team. How are we going to make the first minute very impactful? Okay, the fourth point that we should be looking is show the people behind the idea. Okay, so we need to actually uh, what do you call? Okay, focus on significant relevant accomplishment for each person in the team to identify that person as a winner. Okay, so we have to actually explain in a sense where the hold on a second. Sorry, I had somebody. Okay, so the first impression is very important. Okay, like what I said, okay, show the people behind the idea. The fifth one is if you're using slides, do not use too many bullet points. Okay, this what in previous presentation that we actually encountered, that there were so many points that they were trying to talk about. I understand that every idea has so many things to actually speak. You just have to select few important points that is going to be very important for your product. You don't have to explain everything. So try to limit the number of bullets. Too many bullets will actually kill a presentation. So just speak about it like 3 or 4 points and make sure it's very clear in your presentation. So that will be the fifth point. Sixth, do not make it too long. Okay, for this competition, we only have 7 minutes for pitching. So do not go more than 7 minutes. Try to keep it very precise into your idea, and then try to complete the whole presentation in 7 minutes. Try to do this practice every day with your team, and try to present this to other people so that look at the feedbacks that they give back to you. Okay, it doesn't necessarily has to be somebody who's in the business field. Be it anybody, your family members, friends. Speak to them. Try to get that. You look at how connected they are with your presentation. Okay, do not read word by word from your script. Okay, so you must understand what is your product all about. Just take a key point and try to explain it on the key point. Okay, because usually a presenter will actually listen to you and read at the slides. They don't need you to read from the slides. Okay, you have to just explain, but they will read in the slide, and with your explanation, it will correlate correctly. Okay, point 8 will be do not use too many words. Pictures are better. Picture speaks 1,000 words. So you have a picture of your product or the service that you're providing, and explain how it works. So people will get a great visual inspire, and it engages with people. Okay, do not come unprepared. Like what I said, try to do a lot of what do you call preparation. Try to speak to a lot of people. Make sure that you are very clear about how we're clear with your product, and during your presentation, the 15 minutes Q&A session is the one that's going to determine most for your particular pitching. So the presentation of 7 minutes is actually to actually explain what is your whole product about, trying to get them engaged with you. So the 15 minutes later that we're going to have with the judges is the most important part. But do not worry, they will not ask something out of your context. They will come into it, but they will want to understand more about your product. Okay. What are the aspects you should focus for your business pitch? Okay, so there will be 15 marks will be given for this particular aspect, which is we break into 6 different things, which is the introduction, why you here, keep it very short and sweet. All right. Second is your team. Okay, explain who is behind it. Third will be the problem that you are trying to solve. Okay, explain your particular the problem that is, because like what I said before, entrepreneurship is about solving problems. So you actually need to come with a problem statement and how are you solving the particular problem. All right, then the fourth one will be the advantage. So how are you different from others? How is this particular solution works well with your product? You actually have to explain all that. Then like what I said, the solution as well. So how are you planning to solve the particular product problem? And the part 6 is the product itself. So how your product or service actually works. If I see a lot of the paperwork that has been sent before, the part where you guys are explaining about the particular service is actually not very clear. Okay, you all tend to explain the other parts more, like your problem or the advantage or the solution. Actually, how the particular product works is extremely important. So because we only, as an investor or judges, we're only interested about how the particular product will work. So please speak more about that and show a lot of examples. Okay, the next will be 85 marks will be given for this particular aspect, which is the market. Which are the market that you guys are targeting? Because at least you need to know. Okay, let's say now, example, today I had a guy who is actually working, specialized in female shoes. Okay, but when we asked him which market he's targeting everybody, because he's saying that the husbands can buy for the wife. But if you really look at a market in such way that it's not your target market at all. Okay, I do agree that there are husbands that will want to buy for their wife, but that is not your primary target. It's the female themselves is the target. So you need to know who's your market and make sure your market is very precise. All right, some people can be they're into F&B. There's one guy is into F&B. He say that, oh, everybody eats. No, it's not. Okay, you can be selling, he sells char kway teow. It doesn't mean that everybody will want to eat char kway teow. So it's not everybody's target. So you have to know which market that you are looking at and how big is that particular size of the market. And these are the important things that actually as an investor we look in, is because we want to see how you are targeting that particular market. Okay, what kind of marketing plans that you actually have for that particular target market that you're looking at. So this is important, and the competition as well. And if you really look at today's world with the immerse of AI and the immerse of so many technologies available, the competition is vast. It's not like even 10 years ago when I came into the business, like probably 15 years ago. It's not that there wasn't any competition, but then because of my education background, it's easier for people like me who came out, as a degree holder to actually be better than the most um, business people. But now it's not like that. Everybody has access to great what do you call tools for them to actually help themselves. So it is important that you know who are your competitions are and how you are making yourself available, or you're finding alternative solution in making the problem solved. So you need to know your competitions very well. Then the business model himself, you need to tell us how you are actually planning to make money. And I see all this as the major problem that in the paperwork itself. So they wasn't explaining, oh yeah, we're going to sell this, we're going to do this, but it wasn't very clear about how you're going to make money from the particular business that you're actually looking at. So you need to show us like schedule. It can be a 1 year idea or a 3 years scheduling, and it doesn't matter if it doesn't work the first year. You see, as an investor, it doesn't make it's not like I throw in the money today and I make the money tomorrow. It's not like that. So it depends on your particular business. So if you say your business needs 3 years, in from the from the baby, and you're actually building it up, and you're creating a market for it before that particular business makes money, it does make sense. Like if you look at Amazon, they didn't make money the first 10 years. They were going on loss, but as a market itself, they were actually progressive. So today it becomes the biggest company in the world. So that is how a business model works. So you have to learn all this, how this model differs from other businesses. So that'll be point number 9. And point number 10 is the investing part. Okay, so if you're looking for our money, you cannot just come and like, oh, I need 10 million. You need to explain to us how that particular investment that you're looking at from us, and how are you going to use that particular money. All right, I'm probably will be talking about the vast of the business itself, but when you're doing presentation, these are the things that we actually look at, and what kind of money that you are looking as well. All right, so these are the things that we look at, and the Q&A session. Okay, keep it very clear with this Q&A session. Do not get very tense. We will actually ask within the particular presentation that you have made. Okay, and probably we will try to integrate you guys so that you understand the other parts of the business as well, and do not worry so much about this. Okay, the confidence in you is what matters. Okay, you guys are very young. Most of you all are students, and some of you are from uni students. I know this can be your first time, but do not worry about this. Your confidence is what matters. Okay. Okay, marks for financial, right? So do not worry so much about the numbers for financial, but it should be reasonable. All right. I do understand you guys might not know how much you'll be making and all those stuff, but do not go overboard with your numbers. All right. Be very reasonable about it. Make it very how do I say convincing. All right. So that is what we look at. If you give us unconvincible numbers, then definitely we will question you guys. All right. Okay, here the judges mostly want to see if you have understood this item, which is the cost. Okay, how are you looking at the cost? All right. If you're giving us a cost structure, we will want to see whether you have put into account all the cost that's involved in this particular business. Okay, so that will be the first point. Second, the revenue, how you'll be getting from that you understand where the money comes from, whether from the sales or from your let's say you are doing what is your subscription model. So how are you getting all those revenues for the particular business? Okay, the third part will be the profit. All right, so the profit will like what I said, it's actually revenue minus the cost, so that will be your profit. So if you understand this particular part, and you have actually managed to show us how much you'll be making at the end of the day, that will be good for us. And the fourth part is the payback. Like, as an investor, I would want to know how much you'll be giving us back, and how long you will be making the money. So if you need to pay us back, the ROI part, so the return of investment. So how long will it take for me to make back my money? And after that, how much am I going to get back in the long run? So these are two things that actually as an investor we'll be looking at. So if you can able to explain these 4 points, it'll be good for us, right? That, like what I said before, the numbers doesn't matter, but it should be in a reasonable number. I mean, the reasonable numbers. Okay, finally, do not worry about making mistakes. Okay, what I would say about entrepreneurship is actually a continuous learning. Until today, I'm here doing my presentation, or going for seminars and all that, is actually to keep the learning process going. So as an entrepreneur, that is the most important quality that I feel that all of y'all should be having. And you guys are very, very young, and I'm actually glad that you guys are having the thought of actually pursuing in entrepreneurship, because I feel that the joy that you get from this particular journey, you can never get in other uh, you know work and all that. Like, I came from mechanical engineering. I didn't do business studies. I did mechanical engineering. I worked for the Prime Minister's department, and today I'm in a business world. But I truly enjoy this particular experience, that it's more than the money. I'm actually enjoying the people that I meet, especially people like Mr. Anand, and people like you guys as students who shares your fantastic ideas, and that's what makes me being happy to be part of yours. So do not worry about making mistakes. We love people who make mistakes, and we learn the best from mistakes. Okay, that's why we say. So just try your best and make sure you make this a fun experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Edwin. Thank you. Maybe, I'm not sure, maybe there can be 1 or 2 questions from participants. If there are, please go ahead.
Yes, please. Yes.
Ask us or type it on the chat. I'm going to pause and give you maybe 10, 20 seconds. You can reach out to us, okay, at rc.org.my. You can reach out to us if you have queries or questions at any other later time. Once again, we have concluded today's sort of a workshop and sharing session. I'm not sure whether, Edwin, can I answer? I'm not sure whether we're going to share the slides.
I think I should ask
Can we will share the slide and also the recording.
The recording, yes. So you can look at those links and look at the whole video. Okay. Okay. Maybe I will, Edwin, a
There's
big
another
thank
question,
you.
yeah. I think there's another question, sir.
Oh, okay, good. Then it's coming in. Will it be allowed if we update our business proposal?
I think yes. I think yes, yeah. You can actually work on your business proposal. It's a continuous thing. We got no limitation over it. It's not that we have to stick to the current one that if you're done. Please keep working on it until the day of your presentation. So on the day of your presentation is what matters actually. Because whatever we have marked before is up to why you guys are here today. So we only are looking at the when you are doing the presentation, it's going to be a different marking perspective all alone. All right, it's going to be fresh. So you guys everybody's going to start from basic again. So please work on your business proposal, yeah, and your presentation as well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All the best to everyone.
Okay. Thank you, Edwin.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity.
With that, we will conclude today's workshop event. I want to once again also thank all participants and students who have diligently listened to us and participated and asked some questions since 9 a.m. Please get in touch with us if you have any queries, and please stay strong in your will to become an entrepreneur. If you can't become one, please stay close to another entrepreneur. Okay, with that, I will conclude today's workshop. Thank you to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anandan, for moderating the session. Thank you, participants. I will be sending the details on the pitching session and the groupings. And you stay tuned in the WhatsApp group for more updates. Thank you all. Bye.
Bye.